See if this is working. Check 1, 2. I'm just checking to see. Yeah, okay, it's working in audio. We've got that covered. All right.
Yep, as soon as Sam says. Okay, thanks, Sam. Oh, what time is it? 12:09? Hey, Tom, welcome. Make yourself comfy. Ruby, would you take, why does this feel so loud? Isn't this loud? It does sound loud. It's like louder than normal. All right. Ruby, in my powerful, cavernous voice, please take roll call.
Catherine Vanderwall,
Here.
Nara Delbaca,
Here.
Rebecca Harper,
Present.
Jennifer Smith, a Fire District Representative,
Paul Blues, Kelseyville Fire.
William Wise, Richmond Kelly,
Here.
and Robert Geary.
All right. Hey, Will, welcome. Have a seat down here. At the table, preferably next to a microphone. Awesome, thank you. First item on our agenda, consideration of minutes from September 23rd task force meeting. Rebecca, can we take these up? Rebecca, Fire, Will. Yeah, I think we can.
Yep. Nara, Rebecca, Will, Richmond.
Yep. And Paul?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do those.
Super duper. Are there any questions, comments about the draft minutes? If not, we'll open it up for public input. This is the September 23rd, 2024 draft minutes. I don't see Mario or Tom waving their hand. Is there any hands up in the Zoom for comments on the minutes? Okie dokie. We'll bring it back to the task force for action.
I move to accept and file the September 23rd minutes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye
Aye.
opposed. Welcome, Jennifer. Okay, that passes. Next. Okay. So the next item is review and discussion of task force topics for the remainder of the 2024 calendar year. First, I want to express and acknowledge the dedication of the task force for meeting so diligently over the last couple years. But it feels like we're getting so close now. So we kind of like to discuss topics that we want to make sure are covered, as well as possibly changing it up and going towards topic-related conversations rather than line by line of the old ordinance or the draft ordinance. So if you turn to your agenda packet, you'll see a list of potential topics for discussion. This is meant to be, what page? 7, thank you. This is meant to be a draft, not a list written in stone. So we thought it would be a good starting spot, but want to make sure that we don't miss topics that the task force wants to make sure that we cover as well, or that the public thinks that we might have missed. So I'll give you a minute to just review the topics requested by staff. This is a list that has been sort of a running list for the last couple of years. Topics that have come in from the public, and it's just a one-pager. So I'll give you a minute, and then let's open that up for discussion to refine that list. We have Holly. Is she online? Okay, good. Angela, Betsy. Okay, good. Oh, okay. Very good. Are there any questions, comments for the task force on the list? Let's start with just topics requested by staff. Anything we can go over? In fact, let me just give you brief explanations. The incomplete and abandoned applications, we'll take that first. So we have a number of older applications that just have not gone anywhere. They've been incomplete for a long period of time. And so we do typically take these, or historically, before we were doing cannabis applications, we'll take some of the dead in the water, sort of not moving projects before the Planning Commission for denial without prejudice. That's just to clear it off of our table or our calendars, and the without prejudice part means that they can go ahead and reapply at any time in the future should they want to do so. It would be helpful for us to handle the cannabis applications in a similar manner. And so voluntary withdrawal is something that's different. This is for approved permits that, for whatever reason, the permittee no longer wishes to continue that business. Use permits by Lake County Code expire naturally after 2 years of inactivity. However, this presents a particular problem with the cannabis permits because frequently the permittee is also, or I mean always, the permittee is also a licensee with the state. And to wait 2 years for that permit to expire is just an awkward business closure thing. So we do not have a voluntary withdrawal option in our code. So this would be something new that would enable a permittee to come in and say, I'm done, I'm closing my business, there will no longer be this permitted activity at this location, and we can have some form of mechanism to shut it down. Anybody have comments about that? We don't have to actually, I'm just giving you an intro. We don't have to make any decisions or recommendations.
On the voluntary withdrawal, that would be part, like if there was a property that was zoned for somebody got a permit on and then wanted to sell it and didn't want to sell the state license, but wanted to allow somebody else to apply there, right, under the current
Then that
county
would not
code,
be a
they would have to
withdrawal.
wait.
A use permit stays active as long as there is business activity. Once there is not for 2 years, it expires. But regardless of who owns that permit, the use permit follows the land, which is different than the license at the state, which follows the person.
Right.
Yeah. So should someone have an approved permit at a location, they could sell that land with that permit.
Right.
And so long as the new permittee had no changes to the permit, all the conditions of approval, site plans, operation, everything, then it just keeps going. We just make a note in our file that we have a new permittee. If they wanted to make changes, then it would be likely, depending on the level of the changes, how substantive they were, it would be likely that we'd do a modification to that use permit, but we don't have to.
Thanks.
Sure. Next item, setbacks consistent with water board. This is something that actually went before the Planning Commission already, but didn't go back to the board. Well, I'm just not sure why it's on this list because I thought we were going to take it back. Oh, okay. So we would have normally taken it back to the board, but since the task force is meeting and talking about it, we added it to the list. We do not anticipate robust discussion on that particular bullet point. Ooh, this is a good one. Yeah, why don't you talk about the next one?
Oh, sure. The next one is operational hours related to cultivation. Currently in our code, it only specifies delivery hours. And then separately, we have our noise ordinance, which is a bit outdated, but that's the only other thing that we have related to operation and noise concerns. So this item would be looking at developing actual timeframes for the different operational hours.
Records retention. self-explanatory. Increasing setbacks, or actually just dealing with odor impacts and increasing setbacks as a possible mitigation for outdoor cultivation. One thing, the next bullet point, we did see a number of RVs for people helping to farm this year. We do not allow temporary use of RVs in our code. So that's a matter that we'd appreciate discussion from the task force. Farm labor contractor registration posted on site. I think we've kind of touched on sort of that topic, but not exactly. So we added that one. Oh, this one is a big one. Notice of applicability date. This deadline for the last few years has been October 31st, 2020. The board is going to need to decide if they want to change that list, that date, which effectively would open up the gates for newer applications. Figurative gates, not literal gates. So, yeah. Additionally, this is a policy thing, maximum 12 applications per month. Just kind of interested on how the task force feels about it. That was something that was imposed to make sure that our anticipated high volume of incoming applications for cannabis didn't overwhelm staff. Cannabis density, cultivation, and retail sites. Okay, and then adult and primary caregiver medicinal use. We did have some issues this year in our site visits, as well as day-to-day code enforcement stuff about adult and personal use. So we would appreciate the task force input. And then from the public, let's see anything that's not. I don't see anything here that requires explanation. It's kind of concise but pretty clear. Is there anything that the task force thinks is missing or you'd like to remove from the list?
Are there subjects that we haven't finished? I'm thinking specifically badges.
Badges? Oh. Odor, definitely. We still need to talk about that. And then I don't remember. We can go back and see if we covered background checks, because I thought we did.
I just want to make sure we have closure on everything we had open.
We talked about background checks for like 5 meetings, and I think settled on the wording for Rebecca gave us some really good wording regarding what staff was good, and then non-cultivation it was the full timers, if I remember.
I was just hoping to see if there's any way we can see these potential focus topics correlated to the remaining sections of the ordinance that we would have been working through.
I was just commenting as far as getting into the detailed regulations in our ordinance. We're actually only on like page 3 or so of Article 27 of that portion that begins with cannabis. Yeah. But are you saying like a cross reference?
Well, I think I understand the need to get through some of these topics on a tighter time frame, but originally when we had set up the way we were going through topics, we had intentionally tried not to discuss topics specifically this way so that we weren't just discussing issues in a one-off fashion, and we're making sure that there was connectivity between the decisions that we were recommending. So I'd just like to see consistency on that and see if there's any way we can move forward kind of in that direction and maybe combine these two efforts to move forward.
That is fair.
Yeah, I think to put these under the areas of the ordinance that they're.
And what we could do is what Michelle just suggested is we'll add, we have these few remaining yellows are uncovered, and we'll just start adding sections of the code that pertain to anything here that we may have missed.
Okay.
And then to Jennifer's point, I think there were, even if there aren't things that we hadn't gotten full closure on, I think there were items that were kind of the next up that had been highlighted in yellow in previous agendas. And so I'd like to make sure that all of those topics are also incorporated into this list of potential focus topics.
Good. No problem. Yep, that makes sense. Because we were just getting to some good stuff, like the location limitations.
I see like farmland protection zone is still in yellow.
That would be included, yeah, yeah.
Just want to make sure that we're still planning to address the conditions and for the zoning chart that we put through, right? I know we haven't addressed that yet. I don't see that.
Development
That on here,
standards
the
for the
develop,
different
exactly,
businesses.
development and performance standards
Good,
for.
I'll add that.
For to make sure that we're supporting the changes to the zoning ordinance that have already gone through, or the zoning chart that was adopted last year.
Specifically density, clustering,
Yeah, and I think just certain, I know there were certain, some restrictions we were talking about with some of the additional business types that we were going to allow potentially some of our supply chain businesses, our cultivators and our manufacturers to potentially participate in. But I imagine that there were going to be certain restrictions or some fences we wanted to put around that, and I know we haven't gotten to that yet, and I wanted to make sure we do get there. And then fallowing, I don't think the county has a. I'd like to see the county and the state kind of in sync on that. I don't know that there's a really there's just not a clear way for people to come in and say, like on the state permit now, you can say, I would like to be in limited operation status, and how the county is dealing with that.
formalizing then our reduced canopy or opting out options.
Yes.
Good, good.
Question first. This draft outline of Article 73 that we've been working off of, is this the complete, so we have up to page 22 in here. How many more sections that we needed to work through are there? And then to dovetail on that, would it be agreeable to continue working through what we have through page 22 and then address topics that aren't already addressed through those after that?
Yep, the first part related to the number of sections, let me get a better number for you. And then did you want to speak to, I think that's fine as long as it's amenable to the task force. Getting through the rest of these is what she's saying?
Aren't we doing that today?
Yeah,
We got 4 hours.
if we want.
Just
mhm.
talking about what we're going to talk about. Isn't it?
Yeah.
You should see a light there.
There you go.
Furthermore, I think on this page 7 list of topics, some of these are really quick that we could knock out as well. So I think that we should finish where we were going and then knock these easy ones out and see where we stand from there. And then maybe I know at some point we've had a packet that had the full ordinance in it and for review.
Yeah, this is a more of an abridged packet because our full agenda packet is like up to 140 pages or something now.
It's very heavy.
Yes, it is.
All right, I pulled up the page numbers just so I don't misspeak. So the cannabis portion of the ordinance starts on, bear with me, of Article 27 starts on page 27, 110, so essentially page 110. And we are on, right, we left off at prohibited activities with odor, generators, lights, and such at page 120. And then it goes through, there's essentially about 40 more pages. I'm still scrolling.
A lot of that's duplicate.
Yes. And so the opportunity to consolidate, it goes through page 172, just for reference. And a lot of that could be consolidated.
But we can make sure where this list is covered in that same format, we can still just go through that and then add anything that we don't see in there from the list. But are there any other topics we want to make sure that we're covering?
In addition to what we were already planning to cover
Yes,
through this outline
assuming that
format
is still in
and
there,
then
yeah.
this compiled
Yeah,
list.
this list isn't meant to be a switch out. It's the things we want to make sure we're also covering. Because a number of the things, especially what came from staff, aren't in here in the first place. It's stuff we've had to figure out as we've gone along.
It looks like some folks are having trouble getting to the Zoom. It says waiting for host to join. Is there a different link for today?
Let's take a moment.
And then maybe before we move on from this item, we might want to open it up for public comment to make sure that the rest of the public's topics are included in that list before we move on from the list-making process.
Yeah, this is only the first comment period from the task force, but thank you. So we do have people as both panelists and attendees. I'm not sure why they're having trouble
I don't
getting
know.
in. Yep, the Zoom link is on the bottom of the first page of the agenda in case people are having trouble finding it. Or if they just wanted to go in around the other way or just through Zoom. Without the Zoom link for the meeting, the webinar ID and the passcode are listed on the top of page 2.
Okay. Yeah, I see it up and running, so not sure.
Excellent. Okay, so what we've got so far is we're going to make sure that the topics that we've added are going to be reflected. We're going to keep going through the same formatting. And, oh, thank you. Yep, good. We've got the topics mentioned. If the task force is ready, let's open it up for public input. All right, go ahead, Ruby.
Holly Harris, please state your first and last name.
Holly Harris. When I sent in that email with a list of topics, we said this was a partial list and that we could provide you with something more extensive in the future. We do have a more extensive list. Is that something that you want me to try to pull out here now, or do you want me to just email it to you? Hello?
Emailing's fine, Holly.
Okay. All right, I will email it then. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else?
Angela, go ahead and please state your first and last name.
Thank you, Ruby. Angela Emerald. So to the list, the public topics requested by the public, I'd say I have to agree with those. And the very last one, the cumulative impacts, not just about water consumption, but cumulative impact guidelines. I know the Planning Commission has asked for some sort of guidelines around cumulative impacts before. So is that something that we would, that the task force would deal with, or if this is going to go to the Planning Commission and they've been asking for cumulative impact guidelines, and then also exclusion zone map revisions to the actual map that's online. And is there any potential for clarification in this ordinance for on how easements are used? And I know there's been some discrepancy on easements. So would that be in here?
We do have parts of the ordinance that discuss access and what qualifies as appropriate access. That could include easements.
So, okay, so can you clarify? So can you use an easement, a private easement, or can you not?
We're actually going to stick to the agenda and talk about items that are going to go before the task force right now. But if you had a question about the ordinance and its interpretation, we could totally handle that offline.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe I was just thinking one of the topics, maybe that portion needs clarification, but the hydrology and then the cumulative impact guidelines and hopefully exclusion zone map revisions. I appreciate
Yeah, the exclusion zones are still part of the draft ordinance, so that is definitely included on the list.
Okay, it's just been, like you said in the beginning, it's been a couple years and we've been told, it's going to get taken up. I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Anybody else from public? Okie dokie. Go ahead, Aaron.
Thank you. Sorry, I joined a little late, so I don't know exactly. There's been an outline of what is on the Cannabis Task Force list to talk about. And I know you guys have talked about a lot of stuff, and it's been open conversation, so thank you for that. But I think in a lot of the non-cultivation folks have been looking at the event and consumption lounge part of the ordinance. So I don't know if that has been discussed. I mean, I know it has been discussed in some meetings, but just to convey that, Aaron McGurk from Clear Lake, just to convey that to the group in this public forum, that is of a lot of people's importance and on their mind for it getting passed sooner rather than later, just for economic well-being and diversification of revenue streams for especially the dispensaries. So, and probably a topic of conversation for a lot of people. So just want to put that out there. Thank you so much for having this tonight.
Raised. So we will bring this back to the task force. Should the task force be amenable, then what we're looking for is direction to integrate, make sure that these topics are covered. We'll still do it in the same format for as long while we're working through the article, but we want to make sure that these are also included. With the understanding also that there's a more comprehensive list coming from the public, and we can talk about adding whatever's not here at a later date as well. Is that a motion?
This is Jennifer Smith. I make a motion that we address the listed topics as part of the process of writing the new ordinance and make sure that these topics are included in that ordinance.
Good time for a second.
I'll second.
Thank you. Paul and Nara seconded. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Look at all of us, 7. Ooh, 7. Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Now, it would be helpful, since we're sort of talking on a higher level, conceptual level, that we're going to jump down to number 5, meeting times and quorum notification process. Let's see. So we got the email. Jennifer, why don't you introduce this item? It was your email. Oh, no, feel free to just talk about it.
I just submitted this agenda item because I would like to have longer meetings, and hopefully we can get fewer meetings and more attendance like we have today, so that we can get through this. I feel like the hour and a half, we tend to really get on a roll right about 1:15 when we are getting ready to leave. So I was hoping we could discuss that and see what options would be open to everybody in their schedules.
Task force members have the option for longer meetings.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes, I can. I don't have the same restrictions that I did at the beginning with pickup for kiddo, so.
I also just wanted to ask Jen if she could expand upon the quorum notification process portion of her email.
Hoping to have at least 72 hours of notice about a quorum prior to a meeting. I know that we're all changing schedules and around these meetings, and I know that people get sick. We have the fire department here who can't set their schedule necessarily.
Yep.
They can't plan the emergencies, but just if we could try to make sure that the exceptions are few and far between and get through this. Some of us coming from Lower Lake, that's an hour and a half round trip.
It would be easy for staff to send out an RSVP email, and if we could have RSVP notification no later than the Friday prior to the meeting, would that be sufficient time? I'm looking at y'all because y'all are the ones who are going to have to hit reply and say, yeah, we're coming.
You're getting a Friday notice that we know for sure that Monday is going to happen.
Yep.
Makes it so, yeah, it makes that work for me.
Okay.
I mean, as Jennifer just stated, our schedule's dynamic, so I could RSVP saying that I'll be there and then end up not making it.
Understood. We'll cut the fire guys some slack. But that just sounds like that would be excellent. Okay, good. Yeah, we're happy to do that regularly, just so we don't end up with 4 people at the meeting.
So would we, if we're going to proceed with longer meetings, are we looking at the 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. timeframe that's mentioned in Jen's email, or timing similar to today's meeting?
We were thinking 1 to 4 in the conference room. The next few are free. The first one, as I understand it, would be on the 4th, which is Monday. And the 18th, and then December 3rd and 17th. We could always just take up the first one.
So keeping it on the regular every other week?
I think so.
We have a, Paul, do you do risk reduction authority? That's on the 18th, but I think fire does it. I just don't know if.
It rotates. Sometimes I sit in on it and other times I don't.
25th is vacation. Are we meeting on the 25th?
So do we think that with those longer meetings, if we continued the every other week scheduling, that we would work through everything?
That's our goal.
But I mean, does that look possible? Because if we're going to look at scheduling longer meetings and then still not make the expected deadline for our recommendations, I would suggest that we try and flush that out as much as possible.
One moment. I think we can have the majority of it done by the end of the year. We're not going to make the full ordinance public hearing by the end of the year. But we are already going to scheduling taking an update from what the task force has done. So that's going to get to the board for their conceptual approval by the end of the year. But I don't think we're going to be done with our work quite by then. But we can work with the goal of getting it done early next year.
So it's not an issue at this point if we're not able to get everything accomplished by the end of the year.
I'm going to do my very best eyelash batting at the supervisors when I give them their update to let them know that we have tried, but it's tough when you got 8 people who have lives and we can't make quorum for meetings. It's hard to move forward. But I will bring them everything that we can as an update and let them know what's remaining.
Do you have a date in mind for when you're going to be bringing them that update?
December. It's going to go to the Planning Commission in their 1 November meeting, and then follow up with an update to the board. Mid-November is our Planning Commission, so I'm probably aiming for prior to the holiday season in maybe the second or third meeting for the board. I can definitely send this task force an update as we get that clarified, either the second or third.
Will it be just an update, or will they be able to take action on what we've already approved?
They are going to be able to take action in concept. So let me walk you through this whole process. We have all of these things that you have approved so far, and most of them have been, well, the stuff the board has talked about so far is business types, possible zoning districts, and level of permitting. We're going to fill in with more of the things that you have been talking about lately, which they will then be able to either approve in concept, such as the lighting, the odor. We're going to have done the setbacks by then. All the things we've been talking about for the last, year, that will all go before them in concept as well. All of that information, however, then goes into the actual writing the ordinance, which then will also need environmental review of some level, which will then also need to go in a notice public hearing before the Planning Commission, and then a notice public hearing before the Board of Supervisors. So if we had our work done by fall, I might have been able to turn around an ordinance, but writing that, it's not like, it's a complicated process to actually draft legislation. So that will be the next process as soon as the task force is done, and then you all get a break, and then we come back to make sure that we've got it all right. You'll take a look at that draft. It is likely also, since this deals with cultivation, that the Agriculture Advisory Board is going to want to take a look at it. So that meeting will be scheduled prior to the Planning Commission and Board. So it is a bit of a process after you're done with all of your recommendations to crank that out.
I'm just curious if there's any appetite amongst the task force to hold our meetings weekly until we're finished with the actual recommendations.
I would be open to that.
Same. I'd be open to that as well.
I'm open to it, barring being out of town for work or something like that. I try to schedule that for our off weeks, but I'm definitely open to it. I'd love to be.
That's 4.
Love to crank that up.
I'm open to it.
I'm open to it, but I do leave the country from December, January, sometimes February for projects. I take on that time of the year, so.
We're not counting Richmond.
We could change the location to accommodate that.
Yeah. Are you going somewhere good?
Nepal, does Nepal sound like a good place for people?
I want to go.
Electricity's about the same as here.
Yeah. A little more altitude.
This is Will. I'm entering the most flexible period of the year, so I can probably make that happen as well.
One moment. I'm going to take a look at the calendar.
And our next meeting will be less than a week from today. So then if we were able to do it, we would basically just continue.
Less than a week from today? Like it would be a week?
The 4th. The 4th is less than a week from
You're
today.
right. Go back to Mondays. Yeah. There is a okay, so next Monday's fine. The one after that is Veterans Day. Should we move it to a Tuesday
We should.
Gads, I can't be here. I'm
Is
right
there
in the
a-
middle
is there
of
a board
LAPAC
meeting?
season, so,
Okay.
but I don't have to be here. Staff can do it.
Is there a Board of Supervisors meeting that?
No, board usually adjourns meetings that are the same week as holidays.
Okay.
So there's no board meeting on the 12th. And then let's take a look, 18th. This is provided that we can get a conference room or we'll figure it out. Okay.
Yep.
And 25th.
Yeah, that's fine.
25th is Thanksgiving week. So, nope, we're. Actually, that sounds wonderful, but yeah.
We can just throw a little fire in a deep fryer out there, right, and you guys can oversee that we're not doing anything wrong with it, right? Yeah, all right.
Fine. I mean, December is a slow
good seasoning.
month anyway, so this is a good time. 16th. We're closed the week of Christmas.
I'm gone.
I know. The whole week the courthouse is closed, or at least the county offices. Yeah, it is. But we are back that next week. Okay, we'll make it happen if the task force is willing.
Definitely willing, and I'll try to send you a travel schedule so we know in advance.
So almost
Actually-
every week from 1 to 4 p.m. from here on out.
Yep. Through the end of the year at least.
Is somebody going to send out like a meeting schedule or?
Oh yeah, that'd be
meeting
us. Yep. Yeah.
And then maybe for the RSVP, should we do that by close of business on Thursday? That way we know by Friday if we're going to have a quorum or not, instead of waiting till Friday night to figure that out.
That would be lovely. Thursday would be great. Thank you. And if you could CC, let's do Ruby, Michelle, and I, and Mary's good too. We're bringing Mary in for staff support as well. Just to make sure in case somebody's out, we won't miss it. Yeah, we'll tag team. Yeah, it'll work.
Do we need a motion on this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I move to hold task force meetings every Monday from 1 to 4 p.m. between now and the end of the calendar year.
Maria, sorry to interrupt, but did you open public comment?
Oh, thanks, Angela. No, we didn't. Let's do that now. Angela, would you like to go first?
Sorry, I didn't know if anybody else was before me. Okay, so just for clarification, so we're talking from 1 to 4 every Monday, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, now my next question is staff comfortable conducting longer meetings more frequently with all the time crunches around LAPACs and general area plan? And is there a way that we can ensure that there isn't conflicting timeframes? Because there are, I think Rebecca and Robert are both on area plan committees, so to maybe take that into consideration, I'm not sure.
Thank you.
I'll throw that out there.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and let the task force know if there's any conflict. LAPAC season, or the 4 weeks that we had to really concentrate on local area plan advisory committee meetings, goes through the middle of November. So it is still impacting. It may, I think it impacts it. Ruby, would you please pull up the calendar of confirmed LAPAC meetings and let's see what happens on a Monday. But that's evening, right? All right, Monday the 4th, 6 to 7 is an in-person meeting, so that's fine. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, thank you for asking that, Angela. It looks like we don't have any Monday conflicts for the rest of LAPAC season.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. Any other public input?
Holly, go ahead and speak.
Sorry, Maria, I just wanted to clarify, Holly Harris. You said that the recommendations were going to be going to the Planning Commission in mid-November?
That's an update, yeah.
Okay, so that's the same update that would be going to the Board of Supervisors in December?
Quite possibly, though, I might add some more. I might see if
Okay.
I can add in another meeting, just so the board has the maximum amount.
Okay, and you had said that this would be they would get to rule on it or vote on it in concept. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what happens then when we have 2 new supervisors in January? How is that affected?
Once the task force has completed its work, then we will start working on drafting the draft ordinance, which will then go to the Board of Supervisors later in 2025.
Okay, so I don't have any issues with you speeding up the, or adding in, extra meetings. It just seems I'm not quite sure why it needs to get to the board by the end of the year. But that was just a question. Thank you.
A couple board members have requested at least an update so that they could have the chance to do some consideration before they left office. So we'll bring them an update. Thanks, Holly. Is there anybody else? Okie doke. One moment, we wanted to just check. There are a couple Mondays that are holidays, so let's see if there's another day that week that is good for the task force. And Angela, we'll open this back up for public input in just a second. Don't let me forget. Monday, November 11th is a holiday. Tuesday is a big LAPAC day. What about Wednesday? Wednesday has 2 LAPAC meetings. What about later that week? Holly, what do you have? Ruby, what do you have that week? The teens. Thursday only has an evening meeting, but I think we have planning. Do we have planning commission 14? Yeah, we have PC that day. Okay. Let's not do that to them. Let's not do Friday. Really? I have to take it to them though. Okay, but it'll be a quick PC meeting. So Thursday the 14th in the afternoon. We'll move that. What time? One moment. If the task force would check availability for the 14th, Thursday, that afternoon, 1 to 4. You can't? Okay.
I can't do the 14th either.
No? Okay.
Not in the evening.
Or afternoon, not evening. Okay. How y'all feel about a Friday? 15th. Better?
Fine with me.
Okay. We know Richmond's in Nepal. Friday the 15th, 1 to 4. 1 to 4. Good. It's 3.
We're talking November, correct?
Correct.
And I'll be here for that one.
Excellent. 4.
Yes. It looks good right now.
That was a yes?
Yes, it looks good right now. Yeah.
Okay. 5. So we'll hold the task force meeting on that Friday, November 15th from 1 to 4.
Are you going to be sending calendar invites or should I?
Oh, yeah.
Now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Then we're good till the Christmas week, which is closed the whole week, so we don't have a good day for that. But we do have that last week of December. That one's fine, right? That Monday, 30th? Yeah, 30th. I'm here. Cool.
I'm not here.
Excellent. Okay, opening it up for public input. Any public input about Friday, the 15th of November? That's our only makeup day for the Monday that's closed that week.
Maria, it wasn't going to be a comment just on November the 15th. I was just going to ask at the meeting on this upcoming Monday, can you guys put a list in the agenda of the meeting dates and times, please?
It's a really good idea. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Any other hands raised in Zoom? Margot, you've been super quiet. Do you have anything? Good? Okay. All right.
I'm going to withdraw my motion and submit a substitute motion.
Okay.
All right. So I move that task force meets for the rest of 2024 on Monday, November 4th, Monday, November 18th and 25th, Monday.
Don't forget November 15th.
I'm doing Mondays.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I think. Monday, December 2nd, 9th, 16th, and 30th, and a makeup meeting on November 15th, all from 1 to 4 p.m.
You said the 25th of November? That's the Thanksgiving week. Are we good?
That is the Thanksgiving week.
Okay, good.
I think that covers it all.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Well done. Okay. All right. Doing some sausage making. Yeah. Thank you. Let's go back up to 4E. We're going to continue our work through the yellow highlighted areas. All right, so that starts on page 19 with electrical generators. We've talked about electrical generators.
We have, and the board has also talked about it as well. I think that was part of the conversation, was we were supposed to look at what the board had recently done.
Okay, good.
Try to
We're going to find our place then. Lighting. Let's make sure we get this. Reflect that action. I think we didn't make motion on lighting or generators. Okay.
And I believe that language under number 4, electrical generators, was potential amended language that we had for consideration. And then, like Jen had noted, the board had a discussion regarding that topic, and we were going to revisit it and see if we wanted to move forward with the amended language or adjust it to align more closely.
This is a good moment for a 5-minute break. Let's go ahead and take a break. Sam.
There's trunk or treat at Rainbow Ag.
All right, let's bring this meeting back to order. We've got cookies, we've got caffeine. Doing good. All right, call back to order, whatever time it is. Back into electrical generators. Thank you for that break. We were able to kind of get caught up to actually where we are right now. If you take a look on our newly approved minutes, you'll see the action that we took on generators last time. We were discussing modifying that wording for adding all cannabis cultivation to the beginning of that draft statement. Temporary hoop house structures, use of generators, and pulling language from the state ordinance. Okay, so that gave Mary a moment to copy ordinance 3135. Did you make extra for Tom and Margaret? Okay, good. And okay, great. And let's take a moment to scan the 3135 ordinance to find the generator stuff. So we can talk about it. One moment.
See a bunch of stuff on page 3.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, so starting on page 3, let's see if that's specific. Shipping containers. Generators are allowed during the duration of the temporary permit for shipping containers. So that's not exactly what we're talking about, since we're talking about in general. You need approval from Lake County Air Quality Management District. Talks about the different types of generators. So I'll just go ahead and read it into the record, if that's okay with the task force for the folks that are on Zoom. So for diesel generators, Tier 4F or better generator is highly recommended. All generators must comply with the applicable air toxic control measures and national emission standards for hazardous air pollution for internal combustion engines to be approved by Lake County Air Quality Management District to be utilized with a shipping container. Next, generators shall be located no less than 100 feet from any property line. Generators shall comply with all noise requirements as described in Article 41.11 of the zoning ordinance and Chapter 13 of the Lake County Municipal Code. The next thing is about shipping containers. Scanning forward, bottom page 4, we have some more under general purpose tents. Standard permits and inspections are required for electrical installations. That's not a generator. Okay, then further under that, generators are allowed during the duration of the allowable temporary permit for general purpose tents. Same air quality requirement, same Tier F instructions, same 100-foot setback, same compliance with all noise requirements. Anything else? And there you go.
It's Jennifer Smith. I thought that we discussed having one part in the entire ordinance for generators, and that this was kind of a stopgap because we got this approved sooner than the rest of the ordinance, and that we would mirror the language for the entire ordinance, so you didn't have to look multiple places for a generator. So it seems like now would be a really good time to put this all in one place, and that place being, what is that, prohibited and restricted? Because it's
There's also at the bottom of page 5, something referring back into 27 and exemptions for agricultural buildings requiring their building permit. They're not connected to a power source. I imagine that's probably got something to do with generators too. So I'm trying to reverse engineer that to find the code section with the exemption.
You were talking about another place where it's located?
Another part of this ordinance that discusses power sources or a lack of power sources.
Oh, ordinance. Okay, thanks. So if I understand correctly, the discussion here is to make sure that electrical generators in the future ordinance are within the prohibited or restricted category or section, right? And then wherever applicable would just refer back to that portion of the code. Yeah, that makes sense. Additionally, just reminding the task force that there was support to add all cannabis cultivation to the beginning of that draft statement. Right now it reads indoor and mixed light, and that's been a gap that we've dealt with over time regarding what to do for outdoor.
I think as much standardization as we can do is helpful for staff and for permittees.
Okay, so then if I understand from the task force, what we're talking about so far is standard for, or the regulations for generator use would apply to all cannabis cultivation. That would be outdoor, indoor, and mixed light. It would be located in the section of the draft ordinance that pertains to prohibited or restricted uses. The standards would mirror what is listed in ordinance 3135, except that this would be permanent and not a temporary use. Is that correct? This would be regulating use of generators. Not connecting it to a temporary use or temporary permit for a structure. Or are we thinking that it would be limited only to temporary uses as connected to the general purpose tents or the cargo containers?
It would probably be for temporary uses outside of those areas, but I don't know that it would be permanent. I think it's for folks waiting for potential power drops or seasonal seasonal use.
Yeah, because that's how it is currently. However, the understanding has changed over time from when the ordinance was adopted, in that we thought that we weren't anticipating a multi-year pause to wait for PG&E to drop the power pole too. Right. So recognizing that this could be an extended period of time.
Extended temporary period, yes.
Yeah.
I think we just request that there's proof, evidence of working towards that permanent power.
Mm-hmm. Which could be verified during an annual compliance monitoring visit.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And
okay, and I have
potential for
to
power
public
outage
input in a second.
You know, for potential power outages as well. I know people have, you know, whole house generators. They may want to have a backup generator.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what we're working towards could be achieved by amending the language under Section 4 electrical generators when we're ready for that.
Okay. Let's get some public input. Anyone care to speak on 27.3 with all that other stuff behind it, electrical generators? Anybody in the Zoom? Margot? Anything? No? Okay. Okay, going to Zoom room. Go ahead, Peter. Is that Mr. Lucchetti? Mm-hmm. Great.
Peter, you're allowed to speak. Can you please state your first and last name?
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Hold on. Mike, you can hear me or you can't hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. So it's Peter Lucchetti at 21333 Grange Road in Middletown, California, the 276 Ranch. So during fire season, we work very closely with CAL FIRE on the use of equipment in the wildland interface. And the policy we follow voluntarily, which might be relevant to this policy that you're referring to for cannabis, is we do not use equipment in the field when the humidity level drops below 50% on the advice of CAL FIRE. So that may be kind of restrictive for people in cannabis, but I'm telling you what CAL FIRE has advised us to do and what we abide by voluntarily out on the ranch. Do not use a chainsaw, a lawnmower, a weed whacker, a tractor, or any field equipment when the humidity level drops below 50%. And that's the policy that I think should be adhered to in this case. Thank you.
Mr. Lucchetti, did you mean that to apply to electrical generators? That's what we're talking about right now.
Yes, that's exactly what I was suggesting.
Thank you.
With one exception. It is possible to install an automated standby generator with appropriate fire remediation infrastructure. We have 3 on the ranch on cement pads, elevated with fire extinguishers and all of that. So that I actually think you should get someone from CAL FIRE to help you write this ordinance. Both in terms of their suggestion that you don't run things when the humidity levels below 50%, and then what does it mean to fire harden something? I think all that should be in the ordinance. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Angela, you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Ruby. At the last conversation about generators, there was also some discussion about sound dampening around if they are using them under Ordinance 3135. And I believe Fire Protection District had given everyone some documents of what could be done for sound dampening. I don't know if that was still pertains to here or that's going to be somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in Zoom? Okay, bringing it back to task force. Rebecca, did you say you had some suggestions for word smithing?
Potentially, I also want to confirm we're wanting to include temporary use of generators for folks who are having difficulty getting their electrical situation. Okay.
So just to touch on this a little bit, just to make sure that depending on the amount of generators and everything that they have also, it's going to trigger fuel storage, emergency shutoffs, hazmat action plans, right? Everything along those lines, maybe even secondary containment for the generator, depending on the fuel, how it's stored, what's going on. So there's a lot more that's going to kind of go into this. And I just did a real quick thumb through. Chapter 12 of the California Fire Code goes over all energy storage systems, both for generators as well as solar systems. They have to be UL 2200 compliant. They have to be compliant with NFPA 110 and 111. There's also a lot of stuff that goes into the CAL FIRE defensible space regarding generators and their, as was mentioned earlier. So there's a lot here that's kind of touched on with these. I mean, section 1204 specifically in the California Fire Code goes over portable generators, just period, in that chapter 12.
That's fantastic. That saves us a lot of work. You can just reference it.
Yeah.
You said chapter 1204, the state fire code?
Yep, it's chapter 12, and then section 1204 is portable generators, and it goes over fire extinguisher requirements, containment requirements. It even goes as far as to reference the California Electrical Code, and if they do have extension cords running off of that, what they have to be compliant with, the UL standards. So.
That's great.
Typically, I'm just looking for the mechanism to ensure compliance with those state codes. We're usually checking that if we have a building permit required for electrical service or generators, so we may want to require either a building permit or some form of temporary permit. So I see here, temporary permits in ordinance 3135 are required for the use of temporary ag structures. It doesn't necessarily require any sort of permit for the use of a generator, unless I'm missing something.
So I think this might actually have to be broken out into generators for temporary, full-time, temporary use for a structure, and then temporary use for a temporary,
for an extended temporary use.
yeah, because, and this was what I remember now when we were going over 3135 in board chambers, for these temporary uses, none of these are actual structures. And so there was much discussion about whether that code actually applied to it. So I think that we could definitely
because we
have
don't
two
consider
sections of this.
a generator as a structure, so that it would not normally trip or require a building permit.
Yeah, and I think that, there's some definite parts of that code with vegetation clearance and fire extinguishers that should be included. It's too easy to say, use your best practices, best management practices for safety. I don't know.
So the wording is fine where it is for unanticipated temporary uses. Extended temporary use while waiting for your permanent electrical source to be installed sounds like that's where we're different. That's where it's different.
And one is a seasonal use, and one is it's
a building permit.
There is in the temporary structures ordinance, there is a requirement to comply with other required county and state permits. And then there's also under Section 2, subsection G, standard permits and inspections are required for electrical installation. And that's could extend, that again. But the state requirement sounds like it's pretty robust, so I don't know that we need to write something, but if we just.
No, I think actually it's enough right now to
compliance.
have direction from the task force to say that we need to make sure that going forward, it's separated out in the draft ordinance to recognize unanticipated or emergency generator use versus we'll need additional language for generators that are going to be used up while waiting for permanent power installation to make sure that those follow those extra regulations. What Mr. Lucchetti referred to as well for wildfire hazards, that should also be taken into consideration if we're going to be using generators over an extended period of time, like for a year or two, while we're waiting on PG&E. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Did you get that, Ruby? Excellent. So additionally then, if I could recap, we've got electrical generators. This will apply to all cultivation, outdoor, indoor, mixed light. We're moving it to the prohibited or restricted area section for the ordinance. Temporary use is differentiated into unanticipated or for emergencies. Then secondarily for while we're waiting for permanent power to be installed. For permanent power or for the waiting for permanent power, we'll integrate the requirements to meet the state fire codes. I think that captures Mr. Lucchetti's stuff too, right? State fire codes. Okay.
The temporary and emergency uses would cover the seasonal use. Okay.
Yeah, seasonal use with ordinance 3135.
Exactly.
It would have the same, same regulations, so the setbacks, the noise requirements, yeah. And Angela's comment regarding the noise dampening systems, that could be required if the generator isn't going to meet the established noise levels for agriculture. Yeah. Good. Okay, so I think we got it all. What am I missing anything? Did we get it? You're not working. Okay. Great.
So question, who oversees that the state fire code regulations are met?
That would be the permit where we get the sign off then from the fire guys. Additionally, building is taking a look for some of that stuff, but we're not, we'd be relying on fire district input for those.
And some of that is kind of a gray area too, because I know that some of the fire districts within the county have deferred to the county as being the fire marshal for them. So some of those inspections and everything are going to fall back on the county as well. Some of them are going to fall back on the local fire jurisdictions. And then once again, depending on where the grow is occurring at, it may even fall all the way back onto CAL FIRE because could be located in the state responsibility area. So ultimately, they'd be the ones having to come out and do the inspection and ensure that they're maintaining everything. I mean, to use these generators, they're going to have defensible space. And I mean, depending on how big this property is and how many generators they want to use, the code says within 50 feet of the generator has to be an extinguisher. So they could have dozens of extinguishers located throughout this property that are just there to be serviced for those generators in the event that there is a fire. And then it's not just defensible space in the sense of, oh, I weed eat it around it. It's got to be down to bare mineral soil. And then once again, depending on the fuel that's established for it, they're going to have some sort of secondary containment system in place. There's a lot that goes into it for it.
Okay, let's double check public again if there's any additional input. If not, we'll bring it back to task force for action. On a recommendation, anything in the Zoom? Nope. Okay, back to task force.
None of this would restrict the ability for somebody to do a different kind of a backup, right? Like a solar, like a remote solar installation with
No,
a
solar
battery
doesn't have
or
the same
anything like
environmental impacts with noise or odor
Yeah,
that generators do.
the battery, I imagine.
Do we change this then to, what would you call that, a combustible engine generator? Or
People
just
don't
generator?
typically whip out solar for like a backup power source.
True, good point.
They do sell units, though, that are fairly robust, that can, that come with a fair bit of power, that are portable solar units.
It's kind of already
So-
spelled out, shall not
Yeah.
rely on personal gasoline, diesel, propane, or similar fuel-powered
Right.
generators. So I
Perfect.
think we're good there.
Thank you.
And I think this shows that nobody's just, like, it's a lot of work to have a generator.
Yeah.
Speaking from experience, you'll want to get power real quick.
Just to confirm, this is just for temporary use?
Correct.
Okay.
However, with the caveat that temporary is unanticipated temporary, but other regulations for anticipated temporary, like you're waiting for PG&E to drop the power pole.
Long-term temporary.
Long-term.
Or an emergency backup, like I imagine folks have on their, my neighbor has, that I hear fire up every time we have a power outage. So,
That's true.
yeah.
But
A way of life around here.
this can't be their primary, yeah, it's temporary, I'm going to use it for 6 months every year
Correct.
for the next 20 years or whatever. It's got to be working towards it.
Nope.
Okay.
We'll maintain the wording that it shall not rely on this as a primary source of power.
Does that cover harvest? Okay.
Well, wait, because it says, shall only allow properly permitted generators for temporary use in the event of a power outage or emergency that is beyond the permittee's control. What I'm hearing from the task force is we want to create this secondary section that only includes waiting for PG&E. Not every year at harvest, we're going to do it.
No, that's covered, I think, under the temporary
Yes.
structures.
It would be
so,
limited
yeah.
to those two. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's another section. I think it's it's
30
two
in there.
parts. Yeah.
May I chime in for just a moment? Mary Claiborne, staff. The Planning Commission has identified those projects that are waiting for their PG&E power installation as transitional use, knowing that this could be anywhere from 6 to 18 months, and potentially even further depending on how many poles would need to be installed.
Sweet.
I'm on 3 years. Special.
Transitional use, I think, is, I'm going to,
Perfect.
I'm
I like
using that. Yep, good job. Thanks, Mary. Did we take action?
No.
No. All right. Anybody want to give me a motion?
Is this a recommendation?
It would
This
be
is
a
what is this?
recommendation.
Can I interject
Yes.
a point?
We've already brought it back to the task force.
I still like to interject a point about.
I can't understand what he said. Okay, Mr. Lucchetti, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So a point of clarification on this whole solar panel business. You can drop a microgrid into a site, just like you can drop a generator into a site consisting of battery and solar panels. And it has all the attendant risk issues, operational risk issues that a generator would have. Now, it doesn't emit internal, it doesn't emit exhaust fumes from hydrocarbons, but that doesn't mean it isn't risky or doesn't have issues. It has basically the same issues. And I have a large solar facility on the ranch, and we have all the things you would expect to protect the environment and prevent a wildfire from that system, integrating and interconnecting with PG&E. So I just want to make it clear, there's nothing unique about solar, battery, microgrid applications that isn't true of an internal combustion engine on a generator. It's the same concerns, same risks and issues that have to be addressed. And I just wanted to finish by saying, I think that as you consider all this in cross-reference to state policies, which is great, it's an evolving story. I sent out a note today about the National Wildfire Leadership Council, which I've been involved in quite heavily. And the policies and the guidelines for preventing wildfires are evolving very rapidly. And God only knows, Lake County needs to embrace those policies. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to task force.
Gotta write something down, process it in my head.
Sure. We can take a moment. We're ready for a motion anytime you guys are ready.
Rebecca's probably going to want to wordsmith this. To keep the language with amendments to include requirements listed for stationary storage systems in the current fire code edition in effect, while also taking into account the CAL FIRE standards that are in place regarding small combustible engines. That would kind of cover everything.
Ruby can't type that fast, so. Did you say that one more time?
Keep the current language that they have for the electrical generators with amendments to include the requirements listed for stationary storage systems in the current California Fire Code edition in effect. Trying to make it so that it's not something that has to be revisited because it says 2022, just a catch-all, when the 2025 code comes out. It's just whatever the current code edition is in effect. And along with any CAL FIRE standards that are in place.
Okay, let's capture that, as well as the recommendation including that it applies to all cultivation types, that it's moved to the prohibited or restricted uses section of the draft ordinance, that there's a separation for, or a differentiation done between power outage or emergency beyond permittee's control versus transitional or anticipated extended temporary use, and that we're capturing or including and requiring compliance with California Fire Code and that second one that you said.
The CAL FIRE standards.
California Fire Standards. Is that your motion?
That's my motion, essentially in a nutshell.
Great.
That's why I said Rebecca might want to wordsmith it.
Want to touch that one, Rebecca?
I'd
Are
have
we
to
good?
put my eyes on it to even.
I think I've got, I think that captures where the task force has focused so far. And this is this is something that's an in-concept recommendation. You'll have a second look at it once it finally comes back as a draft ordinance. But that's what I'm getting is what the task force wants to see. Did I miss something?
It's a bigger question.
That was a motion, so that's a motion from Paul.
Second.
Okay. Second with discussion, or are we ready? Okay, all those in favor?
So, and we're amending this section of the code to not say prohibited, it'll say prohibited and restricted.
Correct.
Okay.
This would be the restricted part.
Yeah, because there's a lot of,
we are prohibiting it as a permanent sole source of power. It would be used either temporary as an unanticipated emergency or transitionally while waiting for a PG&E.
okay. I just want us to be careful about how much we're putting under prohibited and restrictions that are actually performance standards or
Good.
other standards.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
cool.
a good point.
Thank you.
Can we
I'm ready to vote.
see this at our next meeting also? Just see what the language comes out to?
I won't have the language ready for the next meeting.
Okay.
This is going to come out in the draft ordinance. The recommendation and concept is coming from the task force. Then when we finally crank out that draft ordinance, you're going to see it there. Oh yeah, you'll have it in the minutes though. Totally. Well done. Yes, and then working draft.
Should we call the question?
Yeah.
Or-
Wait, we didn't vote yet.
No, we didn't.
Is this
That's
a
why
second with discussion? Because it feels like a lot of discussion.
It was a second.
All right, second with discussion. Go ahead.
That's it. I was just calling the vote.
Rebecca, you want to call the vote or you want to keep talking?
If there's discussion,
Excellent.
continue.
Go ahead,
Introduce
Nora.
a motion and then it gets seconded, and then there's always discussion.
Wonderful.
Just calling for the vote.
You are?
Yeah, I was.
All right, I think we're ready.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Woohoo, we done with generators. Lighting. Let's take a look back at the min. I think lighting we didn't even talk about. We just moved it forward, but let me double check. Yeah. Lack of time. We ran out of time. Okay.
So lighting would be one where I would suggest that we move this to a different area that's not necessarily under, I think this is probably a standard for people who are going to be using lighting as part of their operations.
Okay, this is a development standard.
Right.
Okay.
We want to make sure people see it too,
Yeah,
when they put the lighting in.
Along with that, I think, can we just approve the language now? I move that we.
Wait, don't move yet. Let's get public input. Sorry. Yeah, right? This is right. I know.
Right? So quick.
Okay, so we're thinking that this is more of a development standard than something that's in prohibited or restricted. Let's say what it is exactly. Fully contained within structures, shielded to fully contain any light or glare. Artificial light shall be completely shielded between sunset and sunrise. What does that mean? Completely shielded? Like downward cast?
This
Typically,
is
in a lot of our codes, you'll see that it's downward pointed. It should not escape the parcel. It is in compliance with dark skies.
Should we have
That's
that
how we
language
usually
in
have
there?
it worded.
Should we have that as the language in there? But I imagine if it's specific to cannabis cultivation, they may be talking about pulling tarps. But this looks more like a restriction of a different kind, which
It
would
actually
be the
kinda
dark
says
sky.
the same stuff.
If we can find
Yeah.
the description that's already in use,
Mhm.
and just
Yeah, we want to capture that it's downward facing, that it doesn't leave the parcel or the project area, and that it is in compliance with dark skies. Sometimes the dark skies also applies to the type of lighting, the lumens, that kind of thing. So, okay. So move to development standards, downward facing. And we're about to take public input. I'm not considering this action limited to parcel.
I think we
dark
could also
sky
just refer,
compliant.
yeah, exactly, refer to dark skies or because that may get adapted as technology changes too, so.
Yeah, good, dark sky compliant. Okay, that's where we're starting. Any public input on this? Where'd Tom go? Any public input in the Zoom room on this? All right, so moving to bring it back to task force, moving it to development standards, downward facing, limited to the parcel, dark sky compliant. Anyone want to take action as a motion?
So moved.
Got a motion by Nara.
second.
Second by Paul. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. 7-0 that passed. Oh, any in opposition? Any opposed? Nope. Good. Next. Pesticides. So far, what we've got is the use of any pesticide that's been banned for use in the state is prohibited.
Yeah, I think we need to expand on
You
this
think?
section. We could leave that in there, because honestly, that applies to anybody. But I would like to have the term pesticide in there of the definition as defined in the Food and Ag Code section, Division 7, Chapter 2, Section 12753. And it says pesticide includes any of the following: any spray adjuvant, any substance or mixture of substances which is intended to be used for defoliating plants, regulating plant growth, or for preventing, destroying, repelling, or mitigating any pest as defined in section 12754.5, which may infest or be detrimental to vegetation, man, animals, or households, or be present in any agricultural or non-agricultural environment whatsoever.
And you are going to send that to us because Ruby doesn't
Sure.
type that fast. Right? Okay.
Do we want it included there or in definitions?
Do we, that would be included in definitions,
Okay.
correct? But
don't know that
pesticides
we
is
have
going to
it in-
remain in prohibited or restricted.
Yes,
Right.
so then anybody using pesticides also needs to obtain an operator ID and private applicator certificate. And then, of course, comply with all of the pesticide laws and regulations. But I don't know, did we have that in definition before?
I don't think so,
Definition, but
but we can add
We'll
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, I'm not sure where the ag pesticide ID requirement lives, but this would be a great spot for it.
I'm not sure where the ag pesticide operator ID lives in. I'm not sure if it's in the CUP standards or if it's in the ordinance, but this would be a great place for it.
Well, we do have the reference that requires compliance with all local, state, and federal licensing or permitting standards. It would
I
be.
think that's a little bit vague, though, and if it's
Okay.
actually spelled out in this ordinance, then that's going to be like an aha moment for people.
Do we
Yeah,
want
I
to
think it's
have,
been a challenge to get people to do it, so.
Okay, so add the requirement that
Ma-
use of pesticides requires
defined. Yeah.
a what? Say that
Pesti-
again?
Use of a pesticide as defined
Uh-huh.
requires an operator ID. And I don't want to limit it to private applicator certificate, but any
And
pesticide
appropriate.
applicator, appropriate pesticide applicator certification. Yeah.
Got it.
is this another thing that might be better under operating standards as well? I know
I
we
think
have
we
prohibited uses in here, but just asking.
I think that's
Do we
fair.
need further requirements really drawn out? Or does it just naturally become part of the property management plan? Do we need a special plan for pesticides?
I think that it should stay in prohibited and restricted uses section,
Uh-huh.
especially
Okay.
knowing that Catherine has had significant difficulty getting people to adhere to the regulations regarding pesticide use and application.
So add the definition in our definition section, then also including the citation that Catherine just read out. Add the requirement that use of pesticides as defined requires an operator ID and pesticide applicator certification. But keep it in the prohibited/restricted section of the ordinance.
I'm going to change my mind on that. I think it should go in the development standards, because I think one of our goals is to have one place where an applicant would go and say all the things they
Yeah.
need to get.
And that's something they need to get, and a lot of them don't know. I'm hearing a fair bit from folks. I'm just like,
I think
what's
it
this
goes
thing that I'm
both.
supposed to get? And it's like,
It
yeah.
kinda goes
may-
both.
Yeah.
Because some of it is prohibited, then we'll keep the requirement and then add in development standards. What do we put in there?
The requirement for the applicator, like the permit or the,
Okay.
those things, the,
Pesticide license.
exactly,
So
whatever that's called.
it kind of seems worth it to repeat it. Like this one might be
think it might be.
repetitive, so that we place it in both sections.
And I
I'd
also
like to
think,
bring it, sorry for interrupting, but I'd like to bring attention to general requirements. It does state Department of Pesticide Regulation as a general requirement for these permits. So that is an additional place where this is located.
Good, so we'll keep
What-
it there.
What page is that
That's
on?
good.
27-112 within Article 27 of the zoning ordinance.
1, 2.
So what does that translate to in our packet?
We don't have it in our packet. It's
Oh.
in the code.
Okay, can you read that again, how it states?
Absolutely. General requirements. State licensure and permits as required. A person or entity shall not engage in the commercial cultivation of cannabis without first obtaining a Lake County minor or major use permit, a state cannabis cultivation license, and applicable permits such as from the Department of Cannabis Control, Department of Food and Agriculture, Department of Pesticide Regulation, Department of Fish and Wildlife, the State Water Resources Control Board, Board of Forestry and Fire Protection, Central Valley or North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, Department of Public Health, and Department of Consumer Affairs as appropriate.
Okay, but so their pesticide use permits are not issued by the Department of Pesticide Regulation? Those are issued by county ag commissioners at the county level.
Okay, so we'll make sure we add that agency into that.
and I think additionally, having the definition of pesticide may help with clarity. I think there are lots of folks who read Department of Pesticide Regulation and they're like, I don't apply pesticides
Totally, yeah.
based on what they believe are pesticides, which is the incorrect definition. So,
So that opens up an interesting thought. Typically, all of our definitions are stored in Article 68. Does the task force want a definition specific to Article 73? Or do we keep all of our definitions still in Article 68.
That would mean that we would be amending Article 68 to
We're
add
already going to
definitions
be
in there.
amending a number of things in
Okay.
different zoning articles. Yeah, for instance, the voluntary withdrawal, that's in Article 50-something, that's in revocations, expirations, it would go there. So Article 68 is definitions. So I know that, yeah, we want to keep it a one-stop shop as far as policy goes in the single ordinance, but to a certain extent, that's not going to be possible.
Yeah. Folks may have, people that aren't used to dealing with land use may have a harder time finding definitions if they're not also in this, but then you end up with having to repeat them in the code.
Exactly.
So
I would recommend that for definitions, we have something in there that just says, hey, look at Article 68.
Okay.
Yeah. For voluntary withdrawal, we would say, hey, take a look at Article
58.
Bloody, bloody. Yeah.
Okay. One other thing to consider is that the state is likely going to be taking some additional action at some point, just based on public health issues and testing labs, and there may be things that, this is going to be a dynamic area of the state code, probably for the next couple of years, while they figure out what affects people, because most pesticides and studies are on things that people are consuming via ingestion and not via combustion. So that's, and that is a big topic right now at the DCC and in the legislature, and in the public. There's been a ton of recalls, a ton of other things happening, so.
Good. So as the industry pivots and legislation changes, it would still go through the county ag commissioner's office.
Right, and that doesn't change the definition, and we're not specifying,
Exactly.
specific pesticides, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent. So we're covered. So to recap, what we've got is pesticides. We're going to actually purposefully make this located in two different sections. One, the definition will, in Article 68, we'll add the definition of pesticides. We're going to keep it in the prohibited and restricted in that anything not allowed by the state is prohibited, but add that section just to catch anybody that there is a requirement for use of pesticides as defined will require the operator ID and pesticide applicator certification over in general requirements. We're going to keep it there in that general list of state licensures required, adding county agricultural commissioner's office there. That's what I've got. Anything else? Did I miss anything? Oh, so our current definition is shall have the same meaning as set forth in Article 1, Division 6, Section 6000 of the California Code of Regulations and Article 1, Division 7, Section 12753 of the California Food and Ag Code. Are those your citations, or should we update that?
Those are not mine. Those have been in there for a while.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to update that. And I kind of like spelling it out, like you
Yes.
just said.
Yeah.
How does the task force feel? We want to go with Catherine's definition, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Okay, that's what I have written down.
Yeah, and I agree that we shouldn't just reference the code section or the title, because people will not go look that up.
We want to streamline and update and make it easier for people to be able to understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
Is like the spirit of the code. We didn't take public input yet, did we? Okay, let's do that.
So when we get to where we're including it in the second location of the ordinance, are we going to discuss again what might be included in that language? I don't know, Catherine, if you have other language regarding just adhering to the Department of Pesticide Regulation, or if there's any other language that needs to be added to that when we get there. Will we revisit that?
No. where we're going right now is it would be both in prohibited and restricted, saying it's not allowed if it's not allowed in the state, and you need the license, and then over in general requirements, state licensures required, we would add county ag commissioner as part of the required agencies for the state licensures.
So then it's
for
not also
pesticides.
going to be located, Nara, where you were suggesting?
As long as it's not, as long as it's also in either general requirements or development standards, doesn't really matter to me. It's just, I want it to be in part of the checklist of things to do as well as things to not do, since there is something for them to file and do.
So, yeah, so Rebecca makes a good point. It's not just listed in the list of stuff. We'll need to add something in general standards to direct people to go to that, to get their
For what they need to do.
operator ID and pesticide applicator certification.
Right, so that was my first question. My second question is, when we do that, if there's any additional language that Catherine wants included there.
Or do we just send them to you for that stuff?
I mean, I think we could include, that they need to comply with all applicable pesticide laws and regulations. And are we going to have, we're going to have the definition spelled out in here, or is it going to be in this?
That definition you just
section.
read is going to go into Article 68.
Okay. So somebody looking through this is going to have to go find Article 68 then?
Yep.
Can we add it to this? Because I kind of feel like, I don't know if people are going to go that extra step to be like, oh, I need to go look here. I think somebody was talking about that for definitions. Is it possible
We could
to
hypothetically, in our general standards or development standards, cover a pesticide section,
Okay.
which, yeah, we could put the definition in.
I mean, I'm just saying maybe we should have like a definition section of like the more common terms or some things that maybe people should know, and we can reference where,
Which is
what other
the whole point of
ordinance-
Article 68.
Oh,
Ooh, we could hyperlink it.
okay.
Yeah,
I was just trying to think, like, making it as easy as possible for people.
I can understand
That
where
would be
you're
good,
going.
yeah.
I'm
And-
trying to balance that between ending up with a 300-page ordinance, because everything
Sure.
that we usually put in different sections still gets put back there too. Because like where do we draw the line?
Right, and then,
know?
and then you have potential for it not matching at some point in the
Exactly.
future. So
Or
one of
when
them gets
updates
amended and one
happen,
doesn't.
yeah, you now have 5 different places that you need to update.
I like the hyperlink, and then we can find, like, the words that, are in definitions can be hyperlinked inside that.
That's pretty good too. Are you
Yeah,
okay with
I
that?
like
I'm okay with that.
And I think a big part of that, I understand Catherine's hesitation, is
Yeah.
if somebody believes they know what something means, they're less likely to go look at this additional article that gives a definition than if they are looking for the definition of a term that they are not familiar with at all.
Right. And I would argue that this should maybe, the definition should be in the ordinance and not linked to something else.
Right.
Because there's, I don't know, misconception of what people believe a pesticide is.
And there's confusion about the need to comply with it or the county. I mean, I've heard from multiple cultivators that are like, wait, I'm supposed to get this thing? I never had to do that. And it's like, pretty sure you probably always had to do that.
Right.
So there is confusion there. And I'm sure you're getting phone calls on it.
Yeah.
If it is the recommendation of the task force that we spell out what pesticides are in development standards as well as prohibited, we can do that.
I would support that.
And we can even include it in Article 68. Yeah.
Yes,
I
yes,
think
it should be.
that's fair, because this is an important one that we can't let people just breeze over. So for emphasis, okay, that's part of it. So
And then maybe you'll have less folks that come to you and say, well, I didn't know that XYZ was a pesticide.
no, what we'll have is less folks that when our staff is out there doing annual compliance monitoring, we come into contact with pesticides.
And you say, what's this big jug of BT?
Yeah. No, I think it has merit. Okay, let's add that.
Thank you.
Let's get some public input. Excellent. Wait, anybody in the room? Nope. Okay, Zoom, go ahead.
Angela, go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Ruby. Just has it been thought about maybe putting an appendix of all the links at the back of the ordinance, and then you could just say see appendix? Just like Maria, you were saying you didn't want it to be a 300-page, but I don't know if you consider making an appendix at the back. But aside from that, I just wanted to get a little bit of clarification, excuse me, maybe from Catherine. When someone applies for an operator ID or an applicator certificate, I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to make sure. Does that come with storage requirements and regulations, or is that separate? And who approves or verifies compliance with storage requirements?
Do you want me to answer that? Okay. So the operator ID doesn't, it really doesn't have to do with storage. So it's any agricultural, production, cannabis, pears, whatever. If you are applying pesticides on your crop, then you're required to get an operator ID, and then you keep records and report your pesticide use. So with that, my staff also goes out and they do site inspections. So they're checking to make sure that pesticides are being applied in a safe, effective manner. The public and workers are safe, the environment is safe. And during those inspections, we do check the storage of pesticides to make sure that they are being stored properly. The storage, facility is identified as such. I'm trying to think what else. We also, look through training records to make sure people are being properly trained and information is being posted that's required to be posted. Did I answer the question?
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Catherine. So I guess my next question would be, so similar to how there's fuel storage standards where it has to be on concrete, would the task force want to put in something for storage of properly storing, or not defining what the storage should be, but properly stored?
I think we have
different people store them in different ways, but we want to make sure that they're contained. Is what I guess what I'm trying to say.
That is a pretty standard condition that comes from EH. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Angela. That is important. Any other public input?
Betsy, go ahead and please state your first and last name.
Thank you, Betsy Kahn. And I just want to mention that this requirement for certification of applicators is the same as the requirement for the management of the aquatic plant population for people who are spraying on the lake and around the shoreline. It's the very same process. You go to the ag department, but you also have to get approval by the Department of Water Resources for that particular one. I mean, it's a combined sort of authority to do that. And for that program, they only use what they call representative monitoring. So there's no inspection at any given site where the aquatic plant eradication application is taking place. It's done, by just every now and then they'll go out and check and see whether the dissolved oxygen and temperature restrictions are followed for the application and so forth. It's a very loose system, and we only have a few of those licensed applicators here. They all know what they're doing on land. So I think you'd find that most people will, if you just say you've got to have a licensed applicator, then the rest of the process is pretty standard. I don't know if Ms. Vanderwall would agree, but that's what it looks like to me. Thank you.
Thanks, Betsy. Okay, that concludes public input. We'll bring it back to the task force.
Can I add one thing?
Sure.
So I was looking, because I didn't realize that we already had that definition of pesticide in there, which also includes, what is it, Title III, California Code of Regulations, Division 6, Chapter 1, definitions. I would like to keep that in there, that code section in there, and I can email you that language. That basically feeds off the food and ag code definition. Let me get to it. So that reads, pesticide means any substance or mixture of substances that is a pesticide as defined in the Food and Agricultural Code and includes mixtures and dilutions of pesticides. As the term is used in section 12995 of the Food and Ag Code, includes any substance or product that the user intends to be used for the pesticidal poison purposes specified in sections 12753 and 12758 of the Food and Ag Code. So I think keeping those two in the general definitions, but the Food and Ag Code section that I first read, I think that's the main definition that we should have.
And you're going to send this to us?
I will.
In an email?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Bringing it back to the task force, what I have is in section 68, or article 68 definitions, in general development or general requirements, as far as we're going to create a section for pesticides, we're going to have that definition, including those citations, included in both places. We're going to add ag commissioner to that list of state local and state agencies for required licensure. And we're also going to keep in the prohibited and restricted that anything the state says is not okay is prohibited. But we're going to get a little repetitive on our definitions for pesticides just for additional clarity to make sure we're catching everybody. That's what I have. That's what the motion would be if anybody wants to make one.
Can we just say so moved?
Yep.
This is Jennifer Smith, so moved.
Second.
Was that a second from Nara?
Yes.
Good. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ooh, moving past that one. Next, protection of minors. Sorry. Okay.
All right, I've got discussion on this.
Take it away.
Okay, so under here you have allow a person under 21 years of age into the cultivation area. I think that has to be expanded into like permitted area. The other thing is that specifically to cultivation, we have a number of family farms here, and I believe the state recently did change this to allow for, I think under certain use or places where there was a home on site or people living on site that in the cultivation area, I think they may have made some exception to that, so we may want to look at that. Sometimes, so like certain family farms, right, they have their vegetables that they get that they are growing for CSA or farmers markets, and they're in the same beds and gardens and for some of the craft farmers as their cannabis, and they have their kids helping harvest the vegetables or things like that, and so then the state having that requirement to not allow anyone under 21 in was problematic for those farmers, and I do believe that they made an exception or a change for that, that specific when there's a family or home on the site, especially considering that, and that would be just for cultivation because there's not a lot you can do with a raw plant either, or a raw plant that's fresh out of the cultivation area that would intoxicate. You'd have to do some real work on that.
So just for clarity, are you saying that there should be a different regulation for like the type 1C Like the cottage family farms, or are you saying across the board all cultivation? Because we've got anything from 2,500 square feet or 25 plants to 50 acres of canopy right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, Jen's a slightly, you have a larger farm, but it still does have, residences on site. I just would, if you were to have a family living in that home, right, could that become a problem?
I would like to see if the state has changed that language. Otherwise, I'm operating under the impression that the cultivation area, any place where plants are of any maturity, has to be fenced off and no access to anybody that hasn't had a live scan or is under the age of 21. Sorry, the under the live scan part is a county part, not state.
And yeah,
because the state doesn't require employees to get live scanned.
I would think that should stay the same, and maybe we don't make exceptions for inside the actual cultivation area. I mean, put your garden beds on the outside. That's just my.
I think we should allow parents to make their own best judgment and keep the state law as it is. Fence in your cannabis and use your best judgment.
Yeah, so do we know what actually is the law? I know, Nara, you said there may have been an exception, so I would think we need clarity on that.
I am looking it up right now, trying to see if that, it was a reg change recently, so we could move on, and I could try to find this language and send it, or we could.
Would you like a 5-minute break? It's now 2:20, so.
I will see if I could find it in 5 minutes.
Let's take it a 5-minute break.
Pages of code.
Good standing moment. All right, back at, what time is it now? 22:28. Excellent. Protection of minors. Nara,
Yes.
what did you find?
So far, I have not found any restriction on those under 21 in cultivation. There's a lot in the state about being in a vehicle, transporting cannabis, being part of an event where cannabis sales are happening, and within retail. And I am on 51 of 62 matches for 21. So let me just...
What is the will of the task force?
I'd like to leave the language as it is.
Okay. Any further discussion? We'll take public input.
I agree with Jen.
Okay. So as it is for our TV public, no permittee shall sell, transfer, or give cannabis or cannabis products to persons under 21 years of age. B, allow any person under 21 years of age into the cultivation area. Keep in mind that we have a differentiation between canopy area and cultivation area. So this is the whole area that is fenced in, including canopy, nursery, could be your refuse pile. That's a whole fenced-in area.
Okay, then I would like it amended to say canopy area, where the plants are at any maturity, whether they're
Nursery
or
immature
and flowering, yeah.
and flowering.
Immature and flowering, yeah.
But keep in mind, it's also within that fenced area. So I don't know how you're going to enforce that.
It is what it is.
Okay. Canopy area. So a change to allow any person under 21 years of age into the canopy area. And then C, employ or retain persons under 21 years of age. So there is a slight modification proposed. It would be limited, correct. So it would not include processing facilities or processing areas.
There's finished flower in there, so yeah, I think we would add that language.
So canopy area or processing area.
Anywhere there are plants in any life stage.
Yeah, I don't know that manufacturing is included in this either, or distribution. I don't know that we need to throw extra stuff in there, but
I mean,
that is where there's
we
final
absolutely shouldn't be
finished form.
manufacturing
Yeah,
or
exactly. And there's final form product in there.
yeah.
But right now, the way it's written, it only covers cultivation.
How about, then B would be allow any person under 21 years of age into any area where cannabis flower and or product is present. That what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a modification. Further questions from the task force before we go to public input? Opening it up for public input in the room. Andrew?
Hi, Andrew Dallas Kramer. Just wanted to mention that this may be an opportunity to defer to state law. I think the state has quite a lot of language around minors and protection of minors within its law and regulations, and we may not need to redefine it here. We may be able to point to state law there. Rather than worrying about adding in manufacturing and distribution, that's a given in state law that, people under 21 aren't allowed to be in there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room, in the board chambers? If not, we'll go to Zoom.
Betsy, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I would advocate for keeping the language of the cultivation area, maybe say the enclosed area for anything enclosed in the fenced area, whether it's a canopy or cultivation or nurseries or whatever it is. Just don't allow anybody in there that's under 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Zoom? All right, bring it back to task force for discussion and action.
State law works for me. I think they've done a lot more thought on this than we have. We may have unintended consequences from making changes here.
I'm not comfortable referring to the state law without knowing what it is. So, if it can be provided, I know Nara, you said you couldn't find anything regarding restrictions on minors in cultivation areas. So I'm just not comfortable moving forward in that direction unless we get some more clarity there.
I'm not looking at you because I'm allowing for task force conversation right now. So far, we've got 2 input. Is there anybody else?
I'm curious if Andrew has specific sections of the state regulation that he was referring to, and if he could provide them, maybe that would expedite our process up here. Maria, is Andrew allowed to come back and speak?
Oh, this Andrew. Yes. Oh, sure.
As opposed to...
Yeah. As opposed to our former employee, Andrew, who's...
Oh, no, that would be a strange ask.
Yeah,
that would be a very
right?
strange ask.
No, I might have to take a break for that one.
No.
Come on, Andrew.
Thank you. I wanted to point to section 15000.6, age restriction within the DCC's regulations, and I'll read it if that's all right. Employees or persons retained by a licensee to work within or on a licensed premises or to handle cannabis or cannabis products shall be at least 21 years of age. Thank you.
So that's specifically in regards to employees and nothing else. So I could see amending the last section of this language, section C, to read employ or retain persons under 21 years of age consistent with, and then citing that code. But regarding the other sections A and B, I don't know that that's relevant.
The state age restriction does also say, or to handle cannabis or cannabis products shall be at least 21 years of age. So that does, I think that does cover some of that. Like you're not letting anyone under 21 touch or handle cannabis or the cannabis product. That would include the plant in all life stages.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Jennifer Smith, I don't see anything in the latest regs on a word search for minor that isn't employment related. So I think if we're going to add language, this would be unique to the county and up to us if we're going to add that.
But people between the ages of 18 and 21 are not minors?
They cannot work on a cannabis farm as defined in the regulations.
Or handle cannabis or cannabis product.
Right.
In state law, the differentiation between 18 and 21 is patient versus adult use access into retail. Yeah. But good question.
I mean, I'm all for people policing themselves, so I would like to just remove it and people use their own best judgment and stick with what's written in the state code.
So the state code applies then to employees?
I mean,
section B was more along the lines of policy, of how do we feel about kids in cannabis farms or cannabis
I think it's something that's impossible to regulate, so, and to monitor, so I think maybe it's a waste of paper and ink. And we're also not supposed to have people that haven't had a live scan in our cultivation areas, and we give tours to government officials, or, well, they would probably have live scans, but, I think there's, again, best judgment.
So this is Will Weiss. My question, or it's not even, I don't even want to know if I'm not sure if I want to hear the answer, but I don't know why we would be defending the ability for someone who's not supposed to be there to be there. I realize there are limitations on what language applies to employees within different sections of the law. To me, I don't see what the argument against Section B of this saying allow any person under 21 years of age into any area where cannabis flower or product are present. Like, what's the argument against that? Is it simply, is the argument against it simply a difficulty in enforcement? Because I don't really find that a compelling reason to not make it the rule, personally.
So I'm going to make a motion. If it gets seconded, then we'll have discussion and we can vote, and the motion will either pass or it won't pass because we seem to be at an impasse. So my motion is to accept the language, no permittee shall A, sell, transfer, or give cannabis or cannabis products to persons under 21 years of age. B, allow any person under 21 years of age into areas where cannabis at any life stage or at any growth stage is present. C, employ or retain persons under the age of 21 years of age pursuant to section ... Insert the section that Andrew cited there. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion?
I'd like discussion because I liked the idea of adding cannabis products.
So, Jen, would you like to amend?
I would like to amend the motion for verbiage on Part B to include cannabis products.
So the motion would read, allow any person under 21 years of age into areas where cannabis and cannabis products
Cannabis at any life stage and cannabis products
are present. Any additional discussion?
What is area? Under the current definition, it says cultivation area, which is a defined area, or Jen talked about canopy area, which is a defined area. But when we say just area without defining that area,
my understanding is the term area would be interchangeable with location or premises or like actual spot, right?
So they can't go into a processing building. They can't go into a field. They can't go into a greenhouse before you're putting plants in the ground, et cetera.
Okay, so just so we envision this.
So it's the premises.
Premises, yeah, but like we've had annual monitoring sites or complaints come in where it's showing the kids at the parking area, but it's inside the fenced area. So, but they're not in the greenhouse. They're in the, yeah, so just so we're envisioning kind of what that looks like.
I think it should be defined if we're talking about code.
So what would your recommended amendment be, Nara?
We may need to call it out, and maybe the full premises for manufacturing, distribution, indoor growing. For cultivation, it may, I mean, I would, like I said, I would say canopy area, but I think it seems like the mood in the room is more around cultivation area. But the premises, I think using premises or licensed area is probably a little bit better, because there will be children on site at some of these cultivation areas, places where, and so I just don't want someone on the other side of the fence, or a kid, if there's a kid on the other side of the fence, for that to be an issue. So I would say licensed area or premises, or one of the terms that are actually in the ordinance and enforceable in the ordinance.
So I agree with narrowing down the definition of area. I would add that if we're going to say cultivation area, we would also need to include anywhere where bucking, hanging, drying is occurring. If you're only going to list cultivation area, then you would have to specifically cite those other areas.
Gets included in the cultivation area, or if you use premises, because premises is anywhere that the cannabis is present. And so if you're bucking or drying or whatever, that according to the state definition of that, there's cannabis there, that's the premises.
Part of the
Yeah,
definition of
right.
cultivation. So any location where cultivation is taking place?
So how about B, allow any person under 21 years of age into areas where cannabis cultivation and processing occur?
You're then leaving out.
The problem is we've got area as a specific definition for cultivation area versus area of vague reference to a location. So that's where we kind of could use some
I
clarification.
think premises is probably going to be, because that's a state, that's your scientific amendment, your scientific, when the state comes out to.
Premises is still cultivation area then.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
All that.
Premises, and that covers then other license types in addition to cultivation, which right now aren't covered.
In our code, we have definition of premises as well. Designated structure or structures in land specified in the application that is owned, leased, or otherwise held under the control of the applicant or permittee where the commercial cannabis activity will be or is conducted. A premises can be a portion of or all of a single lot of record.
So then would allow any person under 21 years of age into the permitted premises?
Mm-hmm. That works for me. So the newly amended motion would read, no permittee shall A, sell, transfer, or give cannabis or cannabis products to persons under 21 years of age. B, allow any person under 21 years of age into the
permitted premises.
C, employ or retain persons under the age of 21 pursuant to section insert code. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
I'm going to abstain on this one.
So 5-1 and 1 abstention. That passes.
Got it. Okay. I feel like now the meeting's actually getting started. We're getting to commercial cannabis exclusion areas.
All right.
This is a big one. So, okay. We've been doing really good today, though. Thank you, everybody.
That was a warm-up.
That was a warm-up. Now we're jumping in. Did you get that one, Ruby? Okay. The cannabis exclusion areas were, when they were initially created, were partially structured on state setbacks, like from playgrounds, schools, things like that. But they also added in other county-specific limitations, such as community growth boundaries, which is where you typically will find your commercial zones, your medium to higher density residential, your municipal infrastructure, water, sewer. The SOS combining district is our paper parcels. which are mostly concentrated in the North Shore area along shoreline, along Highway 20 in the hills. And they are quantified or categorized or within that substandard older subdivision overlay district to note their lack of municipal infrastructure, their steep slopes, unstable soils, and so it's much harder to develop, but they're also limited to mostly residential development. So you'll see it in R1s, our single-family residential zoning, or suburban reserve zoning. Public lands speaks for itself. We did have it a distance from the city sphere of influence, but that was later modified unless the city supports it. Private school, public park, drug and alcohol rehab, child care facility, nursery school, trust lands. Okay, so we can keep this, we can change it, we can throw it out. Well, those are two very different things.
Can you explain the difference between sensitive use and exclusionary area?
Sensitive use is more of a CEQA or an environmental impact topic. We referred in CEQA initial study checklist to sensitive receptors, which are schools, places where we have, I think, elderly facilities. Michelle, do you have hospitals? Anything else you can think of? So
Not off the
sensitive
top of my head.
is actually a term, as opposed to what we have here, which is setbacks, limitations, sort of buffer zones.
Where does the 1,000 feet come from?
The 1,000-foot is a Lake County specific. In the state license, I think it's like 600 feet from similar.
So is the 1,000 feet, though, supposedly going to actually, is there a reason it's 1,000 feet? Is there a study that tells us that that extra 100 feet here and there will actually do?
No, there was no study. It came from conversation with the board.
Oh, okay.
They decided 600 just wasn't good enough for them. They wanted something more, and they settled on 1,000. I remember that board meeting.
So I hate to go there. So the setbacks we have, and I don't even know if this is a section to bring this up, but I've been thinking about that a lot. The setbacks that we currently have from grows to buildings or whatnot, it seems like a lot of the things we're talking about, the odors, the lights, all these things that might be issues in lots of areas like my own, the setbacks don't seem to do much. So what I'm wondering is expanding the setbacks, would that help answer a lot of the questions the public has with all these other issues, with odor, with lights, with sound, with 1,000 feet that just somebody pulled out of the air to make them feel better?
It does, it is a little, I mean, I could say I'm in Hidden Valley and I'm down right by the lake, and it's like, there's times, where I'm like, oh, there's something going on harvesting somewhere, and I know I'm nowhere near 1,000, so I think it can be arbitrary. It's really like the direction of the way that the smell blows and how it settles, what the humidity is like, and surface air conditioning, all kinds of like complicated science.
Right. So the 1,000 feet, though, so we know that's just a number that makes people, that's just a number they came up with. Okay, so there's a lot of things connected to setbacks, and where I live, we deal with it a lot. People talk about them all the time, and to be honest, none of us really understand what that means. I think the 1,000 foot tells me what it means, so I'll leave it at that. So the setbacks, the 1,000 feet is a meaningless number that doesn't give us anything from these areas except that it makes people feel better.
Just, this is not for or against what your point is, but, and I don't know if this was considered when the Board of Supervisors made their decision regarding the 1,000-foot setback, but federally, for all drugs of that class, 1,000 feet within these sensitive areas and buildings. If you commit a violent drug crime within 1,000 feet, it's like you can be prosecuted to a fuller extent. So for the federal level, that includes marijuana. And I don't know if that was part of the decision, but there is some other definitions that use 1,000 foot. So it's not, I wouldn't say necessarily like pulled out of completely thin air, but just wanted to offer that as well.
So what we're looking for here from the task force is it could be anything from an amendment of that 1,000 foot or taking a look at the current list to see if there's anything missing or if there's anything that should be removed. And I think this one is kind of a meaty one. It's going to take some discussion, so I'm not looking at anybody to formulate some final stuff. I'm looking for some robust discussion from the task force.
I would be interested in hearing from the public and then, basing our discussion off of that, if that works for everyone else.
Yeah, I agree.
Awesome. What do we have for public input? Anything in the room? Anything in Zoom?
Go ahead, Betsy.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead, Betsy.
Oh, great. I didn't see the little unmute thing. So yeah, Betsy Kahn. This is as Maria said, this is very complicated. We already have the restriction that none of these operations can be within the community growth boundaries. And that's the nearest hard line. The furthest has some of these operations going out into areas with impacts that are greater than 1,000 foot. I mean, it's not just noise and odor and lights and stuff. It's clearing of vegetation. It's introducing new roads, all those kinds of things. And then in between, there's a missing piece, which I hear about from listeners to my radio program and other people who are concerned about this. And that has to do with people in neighborhoods who want to exclude these activities because they're directly affecting their residential properties. Now, so that's why I say it's somewhere in between. 1,000 feet from a school is not going to stop the odor or the activity levels. How we want to include the industry in appropriate areas that schools would typically be in those community growth boundaries. So I think this is really something that needs thoughtful examination. I don't know if it should be part of the zoning and land use districts, that kind of thing, but we have to take those three things into consideration, those three impact levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Who else?
Go ahead, Angela.
Thank you, Ruby. Okay. So for the reasons that Maria pointed out, how the county wanted a more robust buffer and they expanded it to 1,000 feet. For that reason alone, I don't think that we should go lower than 1,000 feet. That's what we've been working with for this long. And I'm sure there's people on both sides that would like to see that setback reduced or increased. So I think 1,000 feet is a good buffer that we've had. And like I said, the county wanted a robust buffer. My other concern is there's nothing, Maria, maybe you can clarify this for me. So what would be, because it says 1,000 foot setback from public lands. So like in my area where our community is completely surrounded by public lands, would it be 1,000 foot setback from our community, or would it be 1,000? Because or is it from an individual, if somebody in our community?
So the last section of it is the distance specified in this section shall be measured horizontally from the areas or uses to the cannabis cultivation site.
Okay, so could we add something in here for, I'm trying to think of a way, because exclusion zone is something that we've been waiting for years to come back around for revision. And how, is there a way for us to go about having our community, which is surrounded by public lands, have a buffer around it? Because as I've explained before, the exclusion zone map is misleading on the county's website. So is there something that you can suggest that we can do? I'm not totally sure. And then one last thing, and then I'll get off of here. On part, in item C, public lands, where it says, including but not limited to hiking, bird watching, equestrian activities. I really feel in that list of activities that we should add hunting, because our county is one of the bigger hunting areas, and people out of sight, out of mind, right? So if you're driving down Highway 20 or it's in remote areas of the county, you'll see people walking along the roads with rifles because they're hiking out into this public land. So I think it would be very beneficial to have hunting in that list, just so people are aware of it. Thank you.
Zoom guest Paul, please state your first and last name.
Hi, my name is Paul Bernaccio. I'm a cultivator and a retail dispensary owner. I just wanted to voice my support for reducing the 1,000-foot setback. I know it's something that's been in place for a while, but it's something that frankly is just too much, and it's affected a lot of cultivators just based on using their land and being able to optimally create the farm that they want to do. And I just feel like we don't really know where it came from. We can't really define why we did it. It's been in practice for a while, and what we're doing here is kind of reevaluating what has worked and hasn't worked, right? And so from my point of view, somebody who's spoken to cultivators and is familiar with cultivation, 1,000 foot is a lot. And like Nara says, it's more about the direction of air, wind, and time of year sort of thing. I also just want to throw in real quick, I drive up and down Highway 20 every day, and I've never seen somebody with a rifle walking into the woods. So I'm not sure where that one came from, but thank you.
Anyone else?
Go ahead, Holly.
Oh, hi, Holly Harris. I have a couple of things here. First of all, I have quite a number of things on this because it's a long list. So what I would like to suggest is that we take each one individually and go through it. Otherwise, we'll be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and never really have a cohesive talk about any one particular topic. Then secondly, because I personally feel, and the public, does feel, a lot of the public, there should be increased setbacks based on the size of the project and the sensitivity of the location. So for instance, I live on the lake, and 1,000-foot buffer of air is quite different than 1,000-foot buffer of wooded area, et cetera. So that's something that I would like to talk about. And then up at the beginning, I would like it to say, and this is something that Andrew Amelong had talked with me about in the past, but commercial cannabis cultivation is prohibited within a minimum of 1,000 feet of the following, so that it can be more subjective based on the sensitivity of the location. But if we could go through each one individually, that would be great. Otherwise, if you want me to just go through the whole thing. That's a question.
Holly, when you say individually, do you mean individually under item C, go through your concerns regarding A through J?
Correct, but actually not even just I can do that, but I would prefer to hear a discussion, say, on the community growth, on A, the community growth boundary, just in general. So for instance, should the community growth boundary actually be the LAFCO sphere of influence, because that's where, growth is projected to go, things like that. Do any of you want to talk about these individually, or do you want to talk about them all en masse?
I'm good with, I think that addressing them individually could help with some of the issues that Richmond was talking about, which is sort of this arbitrary 1,000 feet from all these things. There may be more, a more nuanced setback or changes that want to be made on an individual level here, but it is, I'm also looking at, we're trying to get stuff done here.
I think this is one of the most important sections in terms of the public, from the public point of view. What we always talk about are the exclusion areas. And so I feel that after 2.25 years of discussion, it would be great to talk about it a little bit longer.
What if we proceeded with the rest of public comment and then we internally, as the task force, went through them in that manner? I think it would get a little bit messy to take public comment on every individual item. So I would be in favor of the public listing their support or preferences regarding each item together at once, and then we can have the opportunity as a task force to go through them individually if we so wish.
Okay, so you want me to just go through my list here?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, community growth boundary is described by the Lake County General Plan. As I just said, LAFCO's sphere of influence, for instance, in our area, the Clear Lake Oaks Water District, has a sphere of influence. Oftentimes that includes the suburban reserve, areas, because those are the areas that they potentially plan on bringing in water to and ultimately becoming the community growth boundary. So I'm wondering if that should actually be the sphere of influence instead of the growth boundary. Okay, that's one thing. I said that there should be increased setbacks based on the size of the project and sensitivity of the location. For instance, as I said, at the edge of the lake, 1,000 feet of air is not enough buffer. Then I would like some clarification on exactly what are public lands. For instance, according to the State Land Commission, Clear Lake is considered a public lands. Angela had suggested adding in hunting. I'm suggesting adding in fishing, boating, and camping, because people are all over Clear Lake, and I would like it clarified that there's a 1,000-foot buffer from the shoreline from the 7.79 Rumsey or 7.69, whatever it is. Let me see. Then they talk about.
Hey, Holly, could you just refer to when you go to different letters on this one, like A through J? Could you just so for my notes, I can know if I need to move on to a different letter as you're going down your list.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't have them by letter. I just had them by bullet. That's why I was thinking of doing that. Okay, so if we go back up to C, I have no problem with the SOS combining district. So C, in public lands, if we could add in fishing, boating, and camping, along with hunting, because Clear Lake, which comprises a large portion here by the Public Lands Commission, that is considered public lands by the State Lands Commission. I would like to see that clarified. Let me see. Then I wanted to ask about there's a list of exclusion zones that you have on the maps on the GIS that are not listed here. And then you have other things here that are not listed on the GIS. So I just wanted to clarify that. On the GIS, you list 1,000-foot buffer from public water districts, 1,000-foot buffer from private water districts, 1,000-foot buffer from water district sphere of influence, and 1,000-foot buffer from the farm protection zone. I'm assuming, that's why I'm also asking about the community growth boundary, because it does show that on the county GIS.
Holly, just one moment. The water districts were removed later. The board made a clarification that you could be located within a water district sphere of influence. However, you could not connect to public water.
Okay, so that's public water. So you're saying that deletes public water, private water, and the sphere of influence? Because
Yeah,
the sphere of
that
influence would be-
exclusion area map GIS layer, I don't think was updated after the board took that further action. Because we actually had a property that was within the a sphere of influence, or within a water district boundary, not just the sphere, but within the boundary. But the board recognized that there are some arable lands or places where you could get a permit within that area, and so they changed it so that you just couldn't hook up to the municipal water district for purposes of cultivation.
Okay, so you're saying that that one particular one buffer from the public water districts has been removed.
Yes.
What about the private water districts?
I think it's the same thing. I think we'd have to double check on that ordinance, but you are allowed to have it within a, so long as you're not hooking up to a municipal water source. Or a
Okay, but this would be a private water.
Mm-hmm.
So is that the same thing or is that different?
I'd have to take a look.
Okay. And then I assume the farmland protection zone, since it's not on this list, is going to come up in the future?
Farmland protection zone listed additional requirements such that you cannot have outdoor cultivation anymore, but it would require mixed light and indoor. So
right,
it's not
no,
an
I
exclusion
understand that.
zone
I
in
guess what I'm
particular.
asking is that we aren't discussing the farmland protection zone in this portion right now because it's not on this list.
Correct. That's listed elsewhere.
Okay.
It's right after this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So that's basically it. I guess some of the other thing is it says a licensed childcare facility, nursery, school, church, or youth-oriented facility. How is that decided? I mean, do you have a list that you keep?
Yes. There is a $20 fee that an applicant pays for daycare. The list is confidential, and so we have a MOU with the state, some department, that we do a daycare check. So we get a current list of licensed daycares and preschools. And so it's kind of like a snapshot. After the approval of the permit, should someone establish a family daycare or something like that that's licensed by the state, that would not cause the permit to be revoked. But we are checking that every time we process an application.
Okay, and what about church or youth-oriented facility? Is that another thing that's kept on the, that you have a $20 processing fee for?
No, because that's not a confidential list maintained by the state. We just take a look on Google.
For churches and youth facilities?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. That's pretty much it at the moment.
Awesome. Thank you. Any other public input?
Paul, go ahead and state your name.
Hey, this is Paul Bernaccio again. I just wanted to say that, when we're talking about adding things to the list like hiking, camping, swimming, at this point, we're talking about just pushing farms out of the county. We're talking about not regulating where they can go. This is straight up pushing them out and removing them, large chunks of area. And these are projects that are beneficial. They are beneficial to the community. These people do help. And we've decided as a county, as a state, that we want these things. So I just wanted to remind everybody, when we're getting into that list, please keep in mind, we do want to attract more farms, and hopefully this becomes, something that is more beneficial in the future. And we don't want to be too aggressive with our choices. So thank you.
If I could just add a point of clarification, subsection C talks about public lands, regardless of what anybody's doing on them. The list was just sort of an example of what people do on public lands. The input that seems pertinent is whether or not we consider Clear Lake to be included within public lands. And so I think that request for clarification from Holly actually has merit that we might want to look into. But what people are doing on public lands, hunting, fishing, camping,
Doesn't matter.
whatever, that's irrelevant. It's just an example.
The language in there says included but not limited to.
Exactly, yeah.
Angela, go ahead.
Thanks, Ruby. Can you guys offer clarification on letter J? The distance specified in the section shall be measured horizontally from the areas or uses to the cannabis cultivation site. Is that measured from the center of the cultivation site or from the perimeter? And can we maybe add a little bit of clarifying language to that section, whether it is center or perimeter? Would be appreciated. Thank you.
In practice, when we process it, we're drawing a line, a two-dimensional line from the closest edge of like a cultivation site to the church, not to the parcel lines. Because, and there are other things that have been measured parcel line to parcel line. This would be like the closest edge of a proposed cultivation site to the church, straight as the crow flies, not going down the road and across the road either. So that's how we have been processing it.
Yeah, there are times when it's travel, right? And so some
There are a
cities,
number of
some
different
jurisdictions do
ways.
that.
Yeah, there are a few different ways that things are typically measured. This was, and so that's why it's specified exactly.
So when you say horizontally, you take the horizontal slope as well? If there's a slope, you're not...
No, we're drawing a line.
Doing a...
Yeah, we're
So-
looking on the map. We're not going downhill.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going on a two-dimensional, like a measurement like you could do on Google Earth or on GIS or on our site plan. Yeah.
Okay, and I think the reason that I would like to see clarifying language in that is as you can it for future employees when they have to look at this, there isn't any question of, okay, you measure from this spot at the cultivation site to the nearest building or whatever it is, but to give some kind of outline so that it isn't one person measures from here and then the next person measures from here. So it stays consistent, I guess. Thank you.
We could change cannabis cultivation site to cannabis cultivation area or cannabis cultivation canopy. So that leave that to task force. More public input? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Betsy.
Thank you. I would like to address item D, which says an incorporated city sphere of influence unless blah, blah, blah. I think that you should have that reflective of all spheres of influence because that encompasses everything that LAFCO does and permitting does. You've got fire district, water district, sewer district, school district. I don't know, there may be another one, healthcare district, something like that. But they all have spheres of influence and they all have impacts on what people can do with their property, depending on where they are in the land use and zoning designations within those spheres. So I'd really like to see that expanded to include everything. Thank you.
For anybody not familiar with LAFCO, it's a regulatory agency that has oversight jurisdiction on municipal service districts. So that could include water districts, sewer districts, fire districts, city limit districts, and those types of things. A sphere of influence is connected to or is tied to actual like city limits, water district limits, things like that to show anticipated growth in the future. So the sphere of influence itself doesn't mean anything until you connect it to a district. So by connecting it to what LAFCO oversees, the task force would be adding, in effect, not just community growth boundaries, which are definable in the general plan, but don't have spheres of influence. Like your community growth boundary is where you anticipate growing in the next 20 years as part of the general plan community visioning process. Sphere of influence is connected to something concrete, which are actually defined boundaries of service areas for water, sewer, fire, city limits, things like that. Just to sort of clarify. So if the task force supported adding all municipal service districts over which LAFCO has jurisdiction, you would in effect be adding water districts, fire districts, sewer districts, city limits, things like that. So that's what you're looking at if you're going to use LAFCO as a reference point.
Maria?
Yeah, go ahead, Betsy.
I would say that it has nothing to do with LAFCO. It has to do with health and safety services, which are part of the public services element of the general plan. Has to do with policies for delivering those. And an alternative that I would suggest that it might be interesting to do would be a sphere of influence analysis for the actual community growth boundaries. But taking into consideration the impacts on land use defined in health and safety service infrastructure is extremely important. Water is just one, fire is another one, emergency response, medical care, fire suppression, all those things are factors that need to be addressed in this ordinance through whatever compliance areas there are, but to conceptually define where you can expand this operational possibility. I understand the gentleman who said we want to be encouraging the industry, but we also want to be careful not to exceed the safety capacities, and we're not at this point actually looking at the safety of our groundwater usage in applications for major use permits for cannabis cultivation. So I think these are things that are all tied together. It doesn't have to necessarily refer to LAFCO.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Betsy. I just know that we don't all think about LAFCO very often, so I just wanted to make sure the task force kind of understood since it was mentioned. But thank you for that clarification. Would the task force like to then start on its discussion now that we're out of public input? We can go letter by letter, starting with A, which is the community growth boundary as described in the Lake County General Plan. I can illustrate that for you a little bit since we're going through the actual process of that right now.
Before you do that, Maria, just because Richmond had mentioned it, do we want to start with the actual first statement, which is commercial cannabis cultivation is prohibited within 1,000 feet of the following and or uses? Only bringing that up because Richmond, I want to make sure that everybody's thoughts are acknowledged and we at least spend some amount of time there.
Yeah, my challenge with 1,000 feet is I think we talked about something else where there's no data on it. It's a random number that was pulled up because and we don't really know why. It makes people feel better, which is great. But my point is that it seems heavy-handed to me, and I'm a business person, an environmental person, but the balance of that seems off to say 1,000 feet, period. Not 500, I like the terms more a minimum of 500 feet or something, and then based on what you're talking about, this A through J, then maybe you adjust that. But 1,000 feet, that's a lot of land.
The state has a general 600-foot buffer, but there are certain uses where a jurisdiction is able to actually decrease that.
Well, 600, it just seems...
The state number is 600. I don't know where they got their 600 either, but
I just, like I said, I see this list and I go, oh, I get that if you've got a a school, whatever, is important to the community, I get that, but to start at 1,000 feet, and that's just a blanket number that we've arrived at, or at least some people have arrived at. It seems like if you did a minimum of 600 and then let the community decide what was important beyond that based on, A through J, 1,000 feet, like I think Paul was saying, the gentleman was saying, is that really can reduce the industry. And if we start going beyond, agriculture, we could, anyway, we won't do that. I have an issue with 1,000 feet, and it's not one way or the other. It just seems heavy-handed, and it seems like it should be reduced. And then the A through J's, we can discuss what that should be. We could increase it. I just think there should be a minimum, not a prohibited 1,000 feet. I think there should be a minimum of 600 feet if that's what the state uses, and then we go from there. That's all.
Just to kind of come from the other end of the sounding board on this, and it's something that's always kind of I've thought about when it comes to this 1,000 feet. It seems, for me, I really, one way or another, 600 feet, 1,000 feet, I don't have much skin in the game when it comes to that, but I've always thought it seems a little unfair that we're going to say, hey, you can't be within 1,000 feet of, this area because there's a daycare. And then the day after their permit's issued, somebody can put a daycare in 200 feet away, and it's not like there's the same thing. It just seems unfair from that perspective to say you can't do this here, and they jump through all these hoops and everything and completely reevaluate their plans and how they're going to make things work to become compliant just one way or another with the 600 or 1,000 feet, and then a daycare can go in no problem in that zone, and there's nothing that happens after that,
This is Jennifer. Specifically talking about daycare, I think it's challenging in that daycares and bus stops, there's another thing that can change at any given moment. And there may be a daycare in 2022 that isn't there in 2023. And that could present a lost opportunity. So I think, and I don't know if that's in the state.
State, it doesn't include daycare. State is K-12.
Okay. So I think that that's something that should be further discussed. Although we skipped the 1,000 feet, so let's go back to that.
I, like Maria, also recall the 1,000 feet board meeting very well. And I think that 1,000 feet was kind of the minimum that we arrived at. There was a lot of community support for greater than 1,000 feet setbacks. So I have voiced this many times before. I just want to make sure that our recommendations have a chance at being accepted and approved by the Board of Supervisors. And I don't think that reducing that 1,000 feet has a chance. So I don't think that necessarily it's really worth talking about reducing it lower than 1,000 feet, unless we want to discuss this again in 2 months after the board sees that recommendation and says absolutely not, which I don't have interest in doing.
So how does that mesh with the board's general will that the cannabis ordinance mirror state rules where possible? Maria, maybe you can shed a little light on that. I don't know.
The board created the task force to update the code so that it was reflective of lessons learned in the last few years that we've been processing permits, to make it easier to understand. So that's part of the consolidation. But they are actually looking at the task force for recommendations. So I would encourage the task force to really think about lessons learned, experience, where are we today as an industry, as a set of state regulations, and let them know where you stand. I can totally see Rebecca's point of that was the feeling then, but that was also a very different board. So I would encourage the task force to take what you think, to take the public input and make your recommendations on that. I'm not feeling a consensus on the 1,000 feet. Should we set that aside? Because there was some talk about making it contextual based on the type of setback. Should we go through the letters?
I mean, I know for me, and this is just speaking, I get phone calls almost daily about stuff like this specifically coming through my office at work. And I know that there's a lot of people, like Rebecca was saying, when I said I didn't have any skin in the game, it's because I'm remaining unbiased, right? So I personally don't have any skin in the game. But I do know that from the community members that have spoken up in our district that they're all 4,000 feet. And like she was saying, it's actually, they're wanting to know why we're not in here fighting for more. So I'm curious what that would go over, like in that board meeting as well. 1,000 feet maybe should stay. Maybe we have the increasing feet, you know, where it's something that's not as sensitive as an area is the 600 feet for state, and then something that maybe is a more sensitive area based off of community feedback, you get the 1,000 feet.
Does the task force have a sense of, let's just say, a set distance? That a set distance, whatever it's going to be, should be set, or a varying distance based on the type of exclusionary use?
Not that it's a good reason at all, but I do think there's the potential for it to get very confusing if we choose a specific setback for every single potentially contradictory land use. And I also don't know, I think maybe there are folks who would feel very strongly about a specific setback regarding any one of these lettered A through J that maybe aren't here to provide. I mean, like Robert Geary's not here on the tribal front to discuss whether he feels a 1,000-foot setback is still relevant to federal Indian trust lands, right? So I don't know that us going through them and dividing and deciding on an individual setback, I don't know. I just don't know if that's the right way to go.
It could be a recommendation of the task force that a static setback be applied, or a recommendation that that it be dependent on the type of exclusionary use.
There's very different, when we're looking at just, say, C, public lands, right? Some public land is inaccessible, sort of forest, or, you know, very rarely used, traveled, and some of it is, you know, a very busy parking lot for a state park. And, you know, 1,000 feet may feel different when it's like the back end of some, underused or not, not heavily used, 1,000 feet may not be appropriate there. It may be that there are areas where they want to not have cannabis within 1,500 feet of a parking lot. That's, where people are going to, I don't know. Some leeway could be helpful, but I think that, then I don't know. Like I said, I think a 600-foot minimum is great. I think going as much as we can to align with the state is great. I hear Rebecca on what we can actually get through. And I would love to hear, it would have been nice to hear from some other folks in the industry, whether that actually matter, people who are in the pipeline right now, whether this matters, although I think folks that are approved, and if you're in the pipeline, you're in the pipeline under the existing code. So I don't think that this is going to, any change that we make today, right, would affect existing permittees. It would apply for new permits only, correct? Sorry, that was really convoluted. That was a total switch
We've got quite some time
point.
before this actually turns into an ordinance and then gets adopted and then goes into effect.
Right, and it wouldn't affect anybody that would had an existing permit, correct? You can't go back and apply the code.
As with any change in regulations or zoning, if you have an active or ongoing approved use, you become legally non-conforming.
Right.
So you're still allowed to continue. It would affect all permits that have not been approved yet, so all applications in process, it would affect them.
Once this were to go into effect, though,
Correct.
not just
But anything
based
that
on
had been
recommendations.
approved already, no, that's good to go.
So we are, Jennifer Smith. Back in 2020, there was a pretty robust discussion on public lands and what qualifies as a public land definition and setback for cannabis cultivation specifically. And so if we look at ordinance 3096, public lands for purpose of setback limitations on commercial cannabis cultivation, lands where because of development or other actions, it is clear that the public is invited to use such locations or places of recreation and other destination activities, including but not limited to hiking, bird watching, equestrian activities, and camping. All state and county parks are public lands. So it's clear that even if it is a public land, but not accessible to the public, then the setbacks can be, it's within the cannabis 1,000 feet. Right?
That's what I would understand. If it's 1,000 feet from any public lands where it's clear that the public is invited to use such locations, BLM land that's blocked by other BLM land with no access road, to me, would not fall into that category.
Exactly.
I do have a question. I'm just curious, and I understand that the answer to this is probably not readily available, but I'm curious how many permitted cannabis cultivation operations are currently located within a mile of public and private schools?
Within a mile?
Just as a, I'm not thinking about a mile, guys. I'm just as a point of reference, I'm curious to know how many are within a mile, right? Okay, if it's 2, how many of those are, within 2,000 feet? I'm just curious.
Tough. Schools are always going to be in community growth boundaries, and we have buffers from community growth boundaries. So we have distances from schools that are typically in excess of 1,000 feet.
I mean, I'm just curious, like if there's no cannabis cultivation operations within 2,000 feet of a public or private school, that seems like an area where you could fairly easily appease some of the public's requests by putting a further setback. If there's not already operations within that distance and there's not anybody in the pipeline looking at 2,000 feet, maybe that's somewhere where there's the potential to compromise and not lose too much. But I don't know.
Yeah, but are you just doing it to make the public feel better, or are you doing it for
No, not necessarily.
impact mitigation?
Listen,
schools are going to be within your community growth boundaries,
Which means it's redundant.
which means it's almost moot. It's going to be satisfied no matter what, because you don't typically have an elementary school right on the edge of a community growth boundary. They're embedded within the community. So a mile is a little far, but we're going to be able to have, I've got Kelseyville on my mind, but I'm picturing the different schools.
I think
It's gonna be over
you may have
1,000. It's
you may have
probably
stuff,
over
stuff near
2,000.
Middletown too. Middletown High, and there may be some of those.
Because that
clubs
heads
over
out
there.
Butts Canyon, but
Yeah, and out Butts Canyon, and then out,
Yeah.
and then down that St. Helena Creek area too. That might be close, but those are also going to be existing uses. Those are going to be existing non-conforming
yeah.
uses.
Yeah, as far
You
as
look at, like zoning where it's
A
allowed
through-
to be
A
applied
through
for.
H, I'm not sure your public schools are really something that you need to be concerned about. They're covered. There's going to be distance there.
I was just asking that specifically because I think that's where we hear a lot of feedback from the community is in regards to vulnerable populations, which is typically youth.
Let's also keep in mind that this is limited to cultivation. We did have a concern with other cannabis-related businesses going in that do not have this exclusionary zone. This is only cultivation. it doesn't release the state buffer, like 600 feet, that still
Right.
applies to a number of those. But yeah, this topic only relates to cultivation.
On A, I don't think increasing the definitions here into like whatever would apply under LAFCO would be appropriate without us really studying what the potential impact of that would be. What those new boundaries, if we were to include additional definitions under A with community growth or LAFCO, or adding back some of the water things that were taken out. I think that could get really start to look at buffer zones that include potentially areas of the county where we are looking to encourage cannabis to locate. So I would be against that. I'm just gonna.
I am curious where we landed on the Clear Lake included in the public lands portion.
Let's take a look at ordinance 3096.
We're talking Clear Lake, the lake.
On
yes.
One moment, we'll pull that up. While she's pulling that up, let's just go ahead and take a time check. We've got 20 more minutes of today's session. That wasn't all that helpful, but just so we know. So clearly this is something that's going to carry over to our next meeting too. Okay. Can you check articles? Would we have placed it in Article 68? I don't know, because I'd actually like to request a little extra time for that one, to review that. So let's table that question and keep on going. But yeah. Let's just note that I need to do a little review of 3096, including staff report and I'll get back to you on public lands and whether or not it includes the lake.
So can we move into farmland protection zone then, starting that conversation, or Jen?
Oh, no, we're not ready for
I was
Okay, I was going to say, well, for tabling that, should we table this chunk?
Well,
Back on Monday.
the task force was going to cover it letter by letter, but we're kind of leaping around because we're connecting all these different letters to the 1,000 feet. So we haven't, let's talk about a couple different things. One, do we want, let's set the 1,000 feet aside right now for future kind of discussion. I'm interested to know if the task force is amenable to it only including cultivation activities, or if other cannabis-related businesses might be included. That is everything else besides cultivation.
As of right now, other types of businesses besides cultivation are not included in that 1,000 feet, correct?
Correct.
It would default to the 600 feet at the state?
Correct.
It doesn't mean you get to put it next door, it just.
Correct. No. All state setbacks still are in effect. That's a good one to think about, huh?
Well, it's interesting, as Richmond had mentioned, like if the 600 and the 1,000 are arbitrary, then what is the benefit to having one of them be 1,000 and one of them be 600? That doesn't necessarily make sense. And some of the other types of cannabis businesses are maybe more of a risk to vulnerable populations. So, I don't know.
But they are typically in a structure that lock doors.
And greater security requirements across the board, right? I mean, right.
Yep. Full sign-in IDs, badging, all of that.
Okay, let's wait on this then, because I think we're at a good pausing point to sort of consider how are we going to proceed at our next meeting. How do we want to tackle this section? That would be helpful, and I think Nate needs a little bit of thought.
Could we possibly, with this last 18 minutes, tackle some of the items on the focus topics list? Or do we see those as being lengthy as well?
Maybe.
I mean, things like setbacks with the water board, we've already been through planning on that. Records retention, we've briefly touched on that about defaulting to the state.
So just kind of cross stuff off of here that we've, yeah.
Or just make sure we're all in agreement again, if it's something we've discussed, but farm labor contractor registration posted on site, I mean, that just seems like a no-brainer and nothing we really need to, I mean, we would still need to discuss it, but I don't think there's going to be any opposition.
Okay, let's start. Let's see.
So these would be things that could be put as action items on Monday's agenda for us to just knock out.
Or that we could execute discussion on that.
One of them that I'm curious about, Maria, is the maximum of 12 applications per month. Some of these other items, I noticed they say keep or expand, reduce or increase, and this one says reduce, question mark. I'm curious if, from the staff perspective, you're hoping or you have any sort of feeling about maximum amount of permit applications per month.
No, we were giving you options. Yeah, just like this is what we're thinking, kind of, as possibilities. Okay, so the wording on the agenda does not allow the task force to take action on these items yet. However, please feel free to, since we're talking about how we're going to proceed at the next meeting, feel free to let us know if there are some of these in particular you'd like us to put up front as actionable items, like the low-hanging fruit stuff. Why did we just lose the camera?
Yeah, the incomplete and abandoned applicant voluntary withdrawal, that seems like that should be pretty straightforward.
Maybe the self-contained RVs on site. And I say that mostly because that is pertaining to cultivation.
Yeah, and I think there's already, rules, county rules about that.
There is.
Yeah.
How about setbacks consistent with water board? This is specific to setbacks from water courses.
And that was discussed at length and passed through the planning commission, and they forgot to, and somewhere it did not make it to the BOS. So I think that's a quick discussion as well.
So we'll add that.
Not that it's a quick discussion, but I think maybe we should consider setbacks based on project size when we continue looking at the setbacks portion. If we're going to address that, it probably needs to be addressed in the same breath.
I like that.
The farm labor contractor registration posted on, that should be a pretty simple vote, right? Record retention would be a pretty easy one for us to either get consistent with state or.
I think the maximum of 12 applications is a moot issue anymore. I don't think you guys have anybody lining up at night to put in cannabis applications.
It's moot now, but if we change the NOA, it may not be moot in the future.
No, I still don't think you're going to have that problem.
Well, it's very nice of you to say. Do y'all want to discuss it at the next meeting? That's
Sure.
what I want to know. Okay. I'm starring all this stuff to make sure that we add it to the agenda.
The medical use, that really should be settled under state. I mean, I realize
The last part, the
last section, that's a lot of stuff in there, but it's very, the state is very specific about what you are allowed to grow outside of a cannabis cultivation permit. Right? This is personal
Is that the
medical
same
use.
as, yes,
yeah?
we want to talk about adult and primary caregiver medicinal
Yeah,
use?
yeah, it's all,
We're
there
starting
should be a state compliant, the state.
We just,
said this. There's a lot of folks that are very confused about it. Still in the county, you think they can grow like 25 or 100 plants and
just so
99
you,
plants.
yeah, you guys have selected almost everything under topics requested by staff.
I think we
How about
can-
we just put that all on there?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
I think the increased setbacks for outdoor cultivation probably is going to end up in the pile of the other concerns. So maybe just leave that one off because it's going to be addressed.
Okay, we'll cover that elsewhere. Okay, and anything else that's not cannabis density, cultivation, and retail
That's a
sites?
pretty big conversation.
That's huge. I don't even know what that means. We're going to pick that up elsewhere because density is actually part of our development standards. You haven't.
And the NOA.
Yeah, let's talk about the NOA. That needs to get talked about sometime. Good.
Which may affect the number of applications.
Precisely affects, yeah. And then the only thing left out, just to make sure we're including it, operational hours, delivery hours, and construction hours based on daylight hours, not just the noise ordinance. We're going to talk about it. Okay.
On the NOA, I would love to see some information, if possible, on the when that was put into effect. It was assumed that anywhere in the county where you were able to get your water certificate and you were allowed to grow cannabis, that you were going to apply for a cannabis cultivation license, and that all of those parcels were going to be used for cannabis. I think that reality has changed. I think that there may be, and so I want us to consider the sort of that cumulative impact of looking at, what it would be to expand that, but also looking at the decrease in the expected total canopy area for the county. When that was, trying to be articulate here. In 2020, the county expected much larger footprints, like cannabis cultivation footprint happening than I think is actually happening and where it's already allowed. So I think that the cumulative impact of allowing additional parcels that may not have the water board certificate may not be as intense as the county had anticipated it might be back in 2020 or prior to 2020.
I just want to clarify that when we meet on Monday, we're going to start back up with our yellow items, try to finish those, and then roll into these topics.
We're happy to do whatever the task force order, whatever you guys want for order. So, well, yeah, and our agenda is not like a rock solid in order either. We'll place the continuing what we're doing on this part. We'll add the topics requested by staff, and then however the task force on that day wants to take them up. Is cool with us.
And then I think now would probably be an appropriate time to talk about the other forms of public comment we've received before we open it up to public comment. Yes, no, maybe.
What do you mean? Oh,
I mean, we have to at least say, that this has been received and discuss it to some extent, and I want to make sure that we have the time to do that just because it's 3:51.
Let's move on to public comment part of our meeting. Thank you. Hey, Rebecca, why don't you tell us about that stuff that the task force received?
Oh gosh, I didn't necessarily intend on doing that. Yeah, you can do that if you'd like.
Let's just take a moment to acknowledge public input that has been received since the last meeting. I think there was a study or a report submitted by Mr. Luchetti.
And he was in the Zoom room earlier, so he may be able to.
He was, yeah. Same.
No, it's the same.
Okay. Yeah. Also, public input received won't necessarily carry from agenda to agenda, Ruby. Yeah, we're just recognizing that that was received. Thank you. Is there anything else? I think that was the one thing. Except we do regularly receive the input from public participants too. So that was just an unusual one. So keep it coming, Holly and Betsy. And Angela. Oh, we would like to request addition of 2 additional requests for consideration by staff. I'll turn it over to Mary.
So with our cannabis applications, we see the applicants proposing their canopy areas in a multitude of ways. We would like to align with one particular way, whichever is the recommendation. We've seen the full scope of the canopy area identified as the square footage. We've seen canopy as the plants and the aisles and the rows. So with that, we just want one streamlined way to identify cannabis canopy. Is this the full canopy area, the canopy with aisles, or the canopy with aisles and rows?
I think we handled that in the updated definitions and aligned it with the state definition.
I think Jen's right.
Which is the planted area.
Okay. And then additionally, include a site reclamation bond. There are some older projects that do not have the language added in the conditions of approval that reclamation of the site is the responsibility of the permittee or the landowner 6 months after the use has expired. So with that, we'd just like to align with that as well.
Can we add that to the agenda or to the list of topics rather?
And just to get ahead of that, if we could have a list of what you consider remediation needs, because it could,
that's
it could
fair.
vary, because
Yeah.
the pots, example, anybody planting above ground, those could be used for vegetable gardens later. So I know in other remediation situations, that's not included.
So
make a list.
Off the top of my head, I can think of open and outdoor storage rubbish, things that would be active code enforcement violations.
But we'll have that ready.
The state definition of canopy is designated area or areas at a licensed premises that will contain mature plants at any point in time.
It's very vague, yeah. So that could include canopy where the shade is from the leaves. It could include, I have a grow pot that's 4 feet in diameter, so I'm only counting the circumference of a 4-foot grow pot. So that's a big expanse because you've got the distance in between your rows that may or may not be included.
I can email the DCC and ask them for clarification.
It would be
for
helpful
Monday.
because it seems as though there's been a pivot on the state or a change in the state, the way they've measured it. And so we've encountered maybe 2 or 3 different permitted sites that are needing to change their approved canopy area or cultivation area as we've measured it so that we're on the same page. So yeah, if you could bring that, that'd be great. Because we just like to not cause consternation or a kerfluffle with our permittees when we come out and say, well, this isn't right. And they say, well, the state's making us do it, so we need to do a little pivoting or updating there. Just so
you want to know whether it's still the shadow or whether it's still the shadow of the mature plant or if it's the
Just
growing
inspect early.
area.
What? We don't have.
What, Jen?
So
yeah, exactly.
We'll save it for a discussion at a future agenda.
Yeah,
Ugh.
that's true.
All right. Did we have any public input from the public today? Other than what we just mentioned as received by Mr. Lucchetti.
Angela, go ahead.
Thank you, Ruby. I just wanted to ask, since you guys all know better than I do, are NOAs transferable?
Do they stay with the land? Yeah, they stay with
Do
the
they
land.
stay with the person or with the land?
Stay with the land.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. In case your mic wasn't on. Was your mic on?
Go ahead, Betsy.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really not sure what you're intending to do with Mr. Lucchetti's letter. I heard you say that it is attached to today's agenda. It may not be carried forward to future agendas, but I think the substance of Mr. Lucchetti's input is extremely important. And will that be added to the list? of topics, I guess, or whatever you call
It's a
it.
question for the task force.
I mean, I think if there are actionable items that we can pull and put on the list, we could certainly do that. It would be no different than the consideration we've given to Holly's emailed concerns, so I wouldn't see why we wouldn't do that.
Well, there's definitely actionable items in there, such as applying that particular national standard and focusing all the fire prevention stuff on that. So I'd like to be sure that that isn't missed.
If the task force has requests or recommendations by our next meeting, once you've had a chance to review that, we're happy to hear that list and add it at that time. Is there any further business for the task force before we adjourn today? You guys did great. This is good. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're going to go ahead and adjourn today. Thanks, everybody, for attending the meeting. Recording.